may take our seats. The Honorable Minister of Youth Empowerment, Development and Vocational Training, Honorable Tino Machakaire. The Honorable Deputy Minister of Youth Empowerment, Development and Vocational Training, Honorable Kudampa Manga. Public Service Commission, Commissioner Professor Carol Temba Kombe. Acting Governor of the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, Dr. Innocent Mache. Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Youth Empowerment, Development and Vocational Training, Mr. S. Mhlanga. UNDP Resident Rep, Dr. Ayodele Odusola. UNFPA Country Representative, Madam Miranda Tabifo. WFP Country Director, Madam Barbara Clements. Chief Director in the Ministry of Youth Empowerment, Development and Vocational Training, Mr. Elias Murinda, and other directors from the ministry here present. The Board Chairperson of the Zimbabwe Youth Council, Madam Rutendo Mugwagwa, and other board members here present. The Board Chairperson of Empower Bank, Mr. William Chaiteji, and other board members here present. The Board Chairperson of the ZITF Company, Dr. Busisa Moyo, and other board members here present. Chief Executive Officer of the Zimbabwe Youth Council, Mr. Brian Nyagwande. Chief Executive Officer of Empower Bank, Mr. Christopher Mwerenga. The CEO of the ZITF Company, Dr. Nicholas Ndebele. Captains of industry, heads of government institutions, members of the Diplomatic Corps, development partners, distinguished guests, young people in business, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to stand before you this morning at this auspicious occasion, the Youth Business Forum, where, among other things, we will also see the launch of the Youth Economic Empowerment Fund. My name is Linda Muriro, Honorable Minister, and I will be the co-MC for this day's event. And I'm here with my colleague Hilton Marise. And in the spirit of inclusion, we have up front as well, Madam Tsungira Itsikira giving us sign language. Now, Zimbabwe is a youthful nation. Over 60% of its people are under the age of 35. This is not just a statistic, but something that the country should leverage on. This Youth Business Forum is coming at a time where late last year, we witnessed the launch of the National Youth Empowerment Strategy by His Excellency the President, which the Ministry of Youth is spearheading. The event is also coming at a time when Zimbabwe is coming to the end of its National Financial Inclusion Strategy 2, which was launched by the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe around 2022. Now, the National Development Strategy 2 places youth as a key component of a Vision 2030. Youths are no longer just a discussion or a talking point, but they are at the core of development. So this event, ladies and gentlemen, young people, is not just a dialogue, but it is a marketplace of ideas, networking, and policy. Allow me at this moment in time to give us some welcome remarks. Allow me at this moment in time to invite our representative who's going to give us an opening prayer as the ZYC Board Chairperson, Madame Mugwagwa, prepares to come forward. Madam Olivia.
Let us pray. Almighty God, in whose hands our future lies, we thank you, Father, for gathering us here today. Heavenly Father, bless every youth here present, bless every leader here present, and make this event a success. Grant wisdom to the speakers and also grant understanding to the listeners. Make this event empower us as youth and create opportunities for us and also create a greater tomorrow for us and hope for a brighter future. Guide our leaders and bless our nation. In Jesus' name, I pray. Amen.
May we appreciate her and give a round of applause for committing our prayer before the Almighty. It is now my honor to invite Madame Mugwagwa to give us some welcome remarks. Please appreciate her as she comes forward.
Honorable Minister of Youth Empowerment, Development and Vocational Training, Honorable T. Machakaire, and all cabinet ministers here present, the Minister of State for Provincial Affairs and Devolution for Bulawayo Province, Honorable J. Ngube, and all ministers of state here present, the Deputy Minister of Youth Empowerment, Development and Vocational Training, Honorable K. Mpamanga, and all deputy ministers here present, the Acting Governor of the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, Dr. I. Mache, Public Service Commissioner Professor C.T. Kombe, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Youth, Empowerment, Development and Vocational Training, Mr. S. Mhlanga, and all other permanent secretaries here present, the UNDP Resident Representative, Dr. A. Odusola, the UNFPA Country Rep, Ms. M. Tabifo, the WFP Country Representative, Ms. Barbara Clements, the Board Chairperson of Zimbabwe International Trade Fair Company, Dr. B. Moyo, the Board Chairperson of Empower Bank Limited, Mr. W. Chaiteji, the Zimbabwe Youth Council Board members, the Chief Executive Officer of the Zimbabwe International Trade Fair Company, Dr. N. Debele, the CEO of the Zimbabwe Youth Council, Mr. B. Nyagwande, the CEO of Empower Bank Limited, Mr. C. Mwerenga, distinguished guests, captains of industry and commerce, fellow young people. Good morning. As Nelson Mandela once said, it always seems impossible until it's done. Today, we gather here not to just reflect on possibility, but to act on it. It is my distinct honor and pleasure to welcome you all to this inaugural Youth Business Forum, convened on the margins of the Zimbabwe International Trade Fair 2026, held under the theme, Connected Economies, Competitive Industries. This platform marks a significant step in positioning young people at the center of Zimbabwe's economic transformation. This timely and strategic forum comes at a moment when the ministry has launched the first ever National Youth Empowerment Strategy, a bold and progressive framework that reaffirms the Second Republic's commitment to integrating young people as active drivers of socio-economic development. This vision aligns seamlessly with our national aspirations under Vision 2030, continental priorities under Agenda 2063, and global commitments through the Sustainable Development Goals. Fellow young people, we are not just the leaders of tomorrow, we are the drivers of today. As the largest demographic in our nation, the success of Zimbabwe's development agenda will ultimately be measured by the opportunities created for and the impact felt by young people. This forum must therefore be more than a dialogue. It must be a catalyst. I urge you to bring your full Gen Z ingenuity, boldness, and disruptive thinking into these conversations. Let us explore how we can transform our enterprises into competitive, scalable, and globally relevant businesses. The future of industry, commerce, and trade and innovation must carry a strong youth signature, and indeed it can. Ladies and gentlemen, the Zimbabwe Youth Council is mandated to serve as the interface between young people and the government. It stands ready to support young entrepreneurs. We are committed to advocating for your needs, linking you to opportunities, and facilitating meaningful engagement across both the private and public sector. It is therefore my humble appeal to young business owners to organize themselves, form an association, and register with Zimbabwe Youth Council, as this will greatly enhance coordination, representation, and effective lobbying. The Council has already established a partnership with the Registrar of Companies to support young people in formalizing their enterprises, and will continue to unlock such opportunities and more. To our stakeholders and partners present today, we call upon you to move beyond commitments and into tangible action. Support youth-led enterprises through access to finance, mentorship, and markets. The next generation of billionaires, industrialists, and innovators is already here. What they need is an opportunity. Let us trust young people. Let us invest in them. Let us procure from them. And let us build with them. To the Zimbabwe International Trade Fair Company and all the stakeholders, this forum must not be a once-off engagement. As we look ahead, we envision a dedicated youth pavilion at future trade fairs, an ecosystem that showcases youth enterprises, connects them to investors, and opens pathways for export partnerships and growth. As Ellen Johnson Sirleaf once said, if your dreams do not scare you, they are not big enough. To the young people here today, dream boldly, aspire greatly, build enterprises that are not only to create wealth, but to generate employment and redefine our economic landscape. With those remarks, I wish you all a productive, engaging, and transformative forum. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Madame Mugwagwa, for giving us those welcome remarks, highlighting the power of partnerships, calling on youths to come together and form partnerships. Youths, are you there? So I would like to also welcome our online audiences who are joining us across all Zim Papers platforms as this event is being live streamed on the Herald page, the Star FM page, Facebook, ZTN and other Zim Papers platform. So please do put on your best smile just in case one of our roving cameras gets hold of you.
The whole idea is the youth have said nothing about us without us. And they are here to witness what they want to be told. So, lonke libuyileyo my youth, be rest assured. Liyathi lisuka la, liyabe lilama happy faces. Anjo phela. So lilalelisise ukwenze ukuthi inamba leziyana ekade ngikhuluma ngazo, make use of them.
All right, and the last time I was at an event where the youth minister was, I saw raptors and things like that. So please keep the energy alive. You never know. I will ask all our upcoming speakers to ride on the protocol that we've already established in the interest of time. And at this moment in time, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to invite to the front the Permanent Secretary for Youth Empowerment, Development and Vocational Training, Mr. S. Mhlanga. Please put your hands together as he comes forward.
Yeah, thank you very much, Linda, and the co-MC. A very good morning to the youths of Zimbabwe. Allow me to start by acknowledging the Honorable Minister of Youth Empowerment, Development and Vocational Training, Honorable Tinoda Machakaire, and other ministers who are here present, the Honorable Deputy Minister of Youth Empowerment, Development and Vocational Training, Honorable Kudakwashe Mpamanga, who is with us, our Public Service Commission, Commissioner Kombe, we welcome you to our event. The Acting Governor of the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, Dr. Mache, a very big welcome. Heads of departments and agencies, representatives of banking, insurance, pensions and capital markets who are here, representatives of the United Nations family and the development partners who are with us, private sector leaders, youth organizations, our young entrepreneurs, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, fellow government officials, and most importantly, the young people of our nation. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today as we gather to advance a cause that is central to our country's future. A cause which is critical for the progress of our country, Zimbabwe. This is not merely a policy discussion. It is a commitment to unlock the immense potential of our young people and ensuring that no one is left behind in our journey towards sustainable development. Attainment of our national aspirations and goals rest in the energy that the young people possess. Young people constitute the bulk of our population. They are innovators, entrepreneurs, and drivers of economic transformation. Yet, many continue to face barriers in accessing financial services, whether it be formal banking or credit facilities, savings platforms, or investment opportunities. Disturbingly, out of the total of 5.4 million youths who are in Zimbabwe, about 48% of them, almost half that population, is made up of youths who are not in employment, youths who are not in education, youths who are not in training. And as highlighted in the National Financial Strategy 2, although the percentage of youths formally banked has increased in the past 5 years, the youth continue to be financially excluded, as they are generally considered high risk due to several reasons, including the negative stereotype, lack of credit history, lack of requisite collateral, lack of financial literacy, and lack of adequate business experience and skills. Financial inclusion is therefore not a luxury, it is a necessity. It empowers young people to start and grow businesses, to invest in their education and skills, and to build resilience against economic shocks. It promotes a culture of saving and responsible financial management, laying the foundation for long-term development. As a ministry, we are committed to creating an enabling environment where young people can thrive. The revised National Youth Policy and the recently launched National Empowerment Strategy, they have set out the tone in ensuring that some of the systemic youth challenges are addressed. Transforming the lives of young people is the agenda of the ministry, and improving access to financial products for youth is one step towards that direction. This includes strengthening financial literacy programs, supporting youth-led enterprises, and fostering partnerships with financial institutions to develop youth-friendly products and services. We are also working to ensure that vocational training is aligned with market demands, equipping young people with not just skills, but with the means to monetize them effectively as we move forward. However, government efforts alone are not enough and are not sufficient. We call upon the private sector to innovate and extend their reach to underserved youths, particularly those in rural and marginalized communities. We urge financial institutions to rethink traditional methods of banking and accessing resources, and embrace digital solutions that can bridge existing gaps. To our development partners, we thank you for your continued support and collaboration. Your investment in youth empowerment are investments in a more inclusive and prosperous future. And to the young people here today, this platform is for you. Take advantage of the opportunities being created, seek knowledge, ask questions, and be bold in your aspirations. Financial inclusion is not just about access, it's about participation, responsibility, and vision. Let us remember that empowering our youth financially is one of the most powerful steps we can take towards national development. Together, let us build a future where every young person has the tools, the confidence, and the opportunity to succeed. I thank you.
Thank you very much, P.S. Mhlanga, for those remarks. And I think the highlight there is that as youths, ask questions and be bold. And it is concerning that we have the second National Financial Inclusion Blueprint, the NFIS 2, but as the PS said, youths remain financially excluded or underserved. So these are the questions that we'll be interrogating to see where the gaps are. So remember to be bold. Now, how many youths have the new upgraded ZIG notes? If you have the upgraded ZIG note and you're a young person in here, please show by raise of hand. So the RBZ unveiled the upgraded ZIG notes on the 7th of April, and I see a few hands of people who have those ZIG notes, but we'll be obviously hearing more around it. Allow me also, ladies and gentlemen, to recognize and honor in our midst Manicaland Provincial Affairs and Devolution Minister, Advocate Mugadza, who is among us. We honor and recognize you, sir. Allow me now to invite to give us a keynote address the Acting Governor of the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, Dr. Innocent Mache. Please put your hands together as he comes forward.
Honorable Minister, I am so delighted to be here this morning, but to honorable ministers and members of parliament here present, permanent secretaries and other dignitaries from government ministries, chief executive officers, managers and fellow regulatory authorities here present, my brother Dr. Odisola, the UNDP resident rep, and other partners of youth empowerment, development and vocational training. It is both a great pleasure and a profound privilege to address you this morning at this inaugural National Youth Day program, convened alongside the prestigious 2026 Zimbabwe International Trade Fair. I want to first of all express my disappointment that only a handful of people in this hall do not yet have the new ZIG in their pockets. So let me invite all of you to pass by and collect the new, improved ZIG from your banks. Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, can I ask a question? And it is that, do you see anything wrong with this flyer? Where are my colleagues from DPC? Do you see anything wrong with this flyer? Exactly. I hope the message has gone loud and clear that we are not only protecting someone else's currency, but our own as well. This year's theme, Youth Financial Inclusion, Closing Gaps in Connected Economies, captures the agency and promise of our collective mission to ensure that young people are not only included, but are also empowered to thrive in a rapidly evolving financial landscape. The introduction of this Youth Day marks a historic milestone in government's unwavering efforts to empower the youth under the Second Republic's guiding mantra of leaving no one and no place behind. Today, we celebrate not just the presence of young people, but their potential, their innovation, and their central role in shaping Zimbabwe's future. And ladies and gentlemen, Zimbabwe's future lies in our own currency. Let me show you the colors again. This is the 50 ZiG. We say this is one of the most beautiful currencies in the world. And we have a mantra in the Reserve Bank that this currency is not only beautiful, inhle, iyatenga, and it is resilient. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the 20 ZiG note. Honorable Minister, you don't have the 50 ZiG, right? I can donate the 50 to you. I don't trust the yes. So in order of portfolios, this is the 20 ZiG. I don't think I have the, I do have the 10 ZiG. And this here is the 10 ZiG. Pretty, yeah? The paper is solid. Fantastic. Oh, okay. We have more notes here for the. But you already have it. I don't know. Nice and solid. Oh yeah. Please just pass it on. Oh, and hair as well over here. No, she will get it. She will get a 20. I wish to extend my sincere gratitude to the Honorable Minister for inviting the Reserve Bank to be a partner in bringing. Now I saw the ZiG, I am now confused. Should I keep it? Ladies and gentlemen, the youth have long been recognized as a strategic pillar within Zimbabwe's national development agenda, particularly the National Inclusion Strategy, under the National Financial Inclusion Strategy number 2, which is about not only access but also use of financial services. This is a deliberate and targeted effort to empower the youth to build resilience and sustainable livelihoods in the country. This has been achieved through expanded access to and effective utilization of financial services that are not only appropriate, but affordable, sustainable, and of high quality. By placing young people at the center of this vision, the strategy sought to broaden financial inclusion and drive inclusive economic growth across the whole country. Young people are the largest, most innovative, and fastest growing segment of our population. This strategy therefore recognizes that when equipped with the right skills, opportunities, and financial support, our young people can meaningfully drive economic growth, enterprise development, and progress towards national development goals. Encouragingly, a survey by Finscope in 2022 found out that 83% of young people are formally served, up from 67% in 2014. This improvement is timely but is not enough. We need to aspire and aim higher than that. So despite this progress, significant gaps still remain. Many young people, particularly those in informal economic activities, rural and peri-urban areas, and in startup enterprises, continue to face challenges in accessing suitable financial services, digital services, and affordable capital. Financial inclusion, therefore, remains a key enabler of youth empowerment. When young people are financially included, they are better positioned to serve, invest, innovate, formalize enterprises, create employment, and contribute meaningfully to national development. We also recognize the key challenges affecting the youth's access to finance. These barriers that we recognize are rooted in limited collateral, inadequate credit history, digital infrastructural gaps, and general mistrust of formal financial institutions. And they remain formidable obstacles that restrict the youth's full participation in financial systems. The Reserve Bank, therefore, has taken steps to improve financial inclusion of the youth. So allow me briefly to highlight specific interventions implemented by the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe to advance youth financial inclusion. Firstly, to bridge the gap created by the absence of borrowing history, the Reserve Bank established the credit registry in 2016. Since its inception, the registry has steadily advanced responsible lending and fostered data-driven credit decisions by economic agents across the whole economy. This has strengthened discipline across the financial system, ensuring suitable access to finance, but also creating a credit history for the youth. Now, what is the credit history? The credit registry has been able to include that segment because of the key principles of traceability, information access, and financial inclusion that is embedded in the principle of having a credit history. This registry has shaped the lending landscape, empowering underserved groups, not undeserving, sorry about that, and promoting inclusive growth. The second intervention, and if what I say this morning is not clear to any of you, the Reserve Bank stands ready to explain it more thoroughly and how all these arrangements can be accessed in a meaningful way directly after these meetings. To overcome collateral constraints, remember this has been a big constraint for the youth. The bank introduced the collateral registry system in the year 2022. This was a groundbreaking initiative that empowers borrowers, particularly the youth, to unlock financing by pledging movable assets such as equipment, livestock, vehicles, agricultural tools, anything that can be owned, that can be used for production, and that can be valued in a transparent way as part of the assets that can be used as collateral. This innovation has transformed access to credit, opening doors for young entrepreneurs who previously struggled to secure funding due to the absence of traditional collateral, by turning everyday assets into gateways of opportunity. This system is thus fueling enterprise, innovation, and inclusive growth across the economy. ladies and gentlemen, the collateral registry has truly been a game changer. So I invite all of you in this room, particularly the youth, for the very first time, if you have not accessed the collateral registry, to do so from today. I would give you a rundown of the numbers, but I don't think that is very useful. But suffice to say that over 11,000 security interest registrations, with more than 37% of these being actively supporting loans valued at an impressive 99 million ZiG, have been accessed to date. Third, in addition to the collateral and the other registries, the collateral registry, the Reserve Bank revitalized the MSME Credit Guarantee Scheme, a strategic intervention that has expanded access to credit for young entrepreneurs and women-led enterprises. This is accessed through banking and microfinance institutions backed by the Export Credit Guarantee Company's MSME Guarantee. How many of you in this room know about this credit guarantee scheme? How many of you know the CGC guarantee scheme? No one. So this morning, I want to invite you to access the credit guarantee scheme being run by ECGC. And this guarantee scheme, I can assure you, will help you. By serving as a fallback strategy, the scheme enables financial institutions to conveniently and confidently support youth projects and youth-driven enterprises without demanding formal collateral. This initiative has lowered barriers to finance and also instilled confidence in lenders and promoted enterprise growth. So I really would encourage you to find out more, to participate in this scheme, because it is designed for the youth and, of course, women. I don't know why we say, of course, women, because women can also be partly youth. Isn't that right? I always say the most inclusive group is the youth group. Why? Because we all once were youths, but no one was previously aged and then became youth. But we were all youth before we became older, let me put it that way. Fourth, in partnership with government, the Reserve Bank provided a regulatory environment leading to the registration, licensing of gender-specific microfinance banks designed to meet the unique financial needs of the youth and women. Zimbabwe's Women Microfinance Bank focuses on women entrepreneurs. But this is a bank like any other bank. So even if you are a male, you can actually open an account in the women's bank. So I just thought I would put that there. But let me stop and mention something that is crucial here. Empower Bank is your bank. If anyone in this room has ever been to Kenya or has lived in Kenya, they will know that the largest bank in Kenya today is which bank? Is Equity Bank. And Equity Bank started off in exactly the same space as Empower Bank. So I want to encourage not only Empower Bank, but also the ministry to look at that model and see how we can tweak it, copy, adjust, and paste, and see Empower Bank grow. And I can assure you, this your bank can grow and become the largest bank in this economy if empowered to do so. Cognizant of the fundamental role played by financial literacy towards the building of financial capability and long-term financial health of the youth, the Reserve Bank, in collaboration with government ministries, financial sector regulators, and industry stakeholders, has positioned financial literacy as a core driver for increased youth access to usage of financial services across the board. So whilst we in the Reserve Bank acknowledge some challenges with formal banking, we encourage youth to use the Bank Youth Promotion Act and create a track record and a trajectory to grow our businesses. There are various initiatives today that support financial inclusion by other stakeholders, and I'm glad that our partners in this space are here this morning. We want to acknowledge our financial institutions, our fintech firms, development partners, and government agencies to design and deliver youth-centric financial solutions. These collective efforts are critical in translating the promise of financial inclusion into real economic opportunities for young Zimbabweans. I want to give you a small example. Back in 2023, the Reserve Bank launched the digital gold token. At that stage, the tokens were in denominations of a quarter, half, and an ounce. And those were too large denominations for ordinary people. So some youths came forward with a brilliant innovation to fractionalize these tokens. This is what I am referring to when I'm talking about innovation and being creative. It is you people seated here who have that innovative capacity. Some of the madalas sitting in front don't have that capacity anymore. My professor here at the hair has already turned gray. So we look to the youth here present to innovate. So if there are any gaps that are identified by the youth, it is really why institutions like the Reserve Bank are there for you to approach and point out these gaps so that we can support the youth better. But let me talk about something that is core to today's financial services sector, which is alternative credit scoring approaches. These approaches draw on non-traditional data, such as airtime purchases and patterns of data usage to assess credit worthiness, open new doors for financially excluded young people by turning everyday digital footprints into pathways of opportunity. These models are redefining how credit is assessed and creating inclusive bridges for youth to participate meaningfully in formal financial systems. Why do I mention this? Some of us believe that hopping across different sections of our economy gives us an advantage. I talked about a track record. It doesn't matter where that track record is created, but you need to be sure you are creating a track record every time you transact, you do business. It is crucial. So now, these alternative scoring approaches also indicate that don't be like the, I was going to mention something very nasty, but let me stop there and say, in the news recently, we saw some young people who had more than 50 SIM cards. Yeah? 50 of them. And they were using this for nefarious purposes. That is not the way to go. because that youth did not create a single digital footprint for himself. So after your scheme has failed, you have nothing. So I want to encourage you to stick to your digital devices because they create that footprint. The Reserve Bank is looking at technology-driven solutions that will make use of that digital footprint to score your creditworthiness and to provide services for you. Technology has been powerful in enabling national financial inclusion. So youth-owned technology startups are a key vehicle for the youth to succeed. Related to that are innovation hubs and enabling infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, the National Financial Strategy number 2 is anchored on 5 key enablers, one of which is the provision of adequate and conducive infrastructure. In this regard, stakeholders have established innovation and incubation hubs that service dynamic spaces for nurturing financial innovation within a controlled environment. I want to also invite you in this breath to access the services provided through the digital services of the Reserve Bank to incubate these ideas. The University of Zimbabwe and Africa University have also championed youth-led innovation, practical forward-looking solutions that align with national financial inclusion goals. By harnessing youth energy and institutional support, these clubs are cultivating a new generation of innovators. But to fully harness this potential, financial institutions are encouraged to forge dynamic partnerships with innovators, helping to transform ideas into commercially viable enterprises. By bridging creativity with capital, these collaborations not only accelerate innovation, but also lay foundation for sustainable growth. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of our economy squarely rests on how boldly and effectively we invest in, include, and empower young people. But young people, as has been said, need to be bold, need to think outside the box, need to stick to legal formal channels, and I have outlined some of them, and access all the services that are available to them, or information in institutions like the Reserve Bank, like the banks that have been tailored to provide services to you, in order for you to not only innovate, but to grow and develop this economy. Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mache, for those remarks. And we appreciate the open door policy that we've seen the central bank adopting, and that being overdrive as far as communication is concerned, bridging the information gap and ensuring that no one and no place is left behind as far as our monetary issues are concerned. But I did notice, Dr. Mache, that you had some US dollar notes on one hand. So just to ensure that you have enough space in your wallet for our local currency, you can give me the US dollars. And then allow me now, ladies and gentlemen, to invite, to call upon our guest of honor, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Youth Empowerment, Development and Vocational Training, P.S. Mhlanga. Please put your hands together as he comes back to the podium.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. As we move on to the next stage of our program, allow me to invite the Honorable Deputy Minister of Youth Empowerment, Development and Vocational Training to come over to the podium and invite our Honorable Minister. So, Honorable Deputy Minister, please.
Thank you so much, PS. Allow me to also thank the Deputy Governor for the speech that you gave us. I learned quite a lot. I must profess ignorance over a number of issues you talked about. So if anybody out there was not aware of the asset registry or the ECDC, I don't even know if that's the right word, you are not alone in your ignorance. Ministers too don't know some things. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce our guest of honor, a leader whose story is rooted in hard work, service, and a great man. He's a businessman in his own right, with interests in logistics and real estate across Zimbabwe, South Africa, and the region. Since 2018, he has served as the Member of Parliament for Wedza South, and previously a Deputy Minister for Youth, Sport, Arts and Recreation. In 2023, he was appointed as the Minister of Youth Empowerment, Development and Vocational Training, and entrusted with the responsibility of serving as the Minister as well as the Secretary for Youth Affairs in the Youth League of ZANU-PF. These are the roles he continues to carry with focus and dedication. Beyond this, he holds a deep love for young people. He has been promoting young people all over the country. He supports creatives, sports people, and he has done so long before he became a politician. Through his foundation, he has nurtured talent, provided platforms for young artists. He also holds an annual festival, the Wedza Arts Festival, every year on Christmas Day since 2015 in his rural home of Wedza. It draws musicians from across the country, welcomes his constituents free of charge, and stands as a true reflection of his generosity, his love for culture, commitment, and upliftment of the community. He was born here in Bulawayo, so he's a homeboy to those from here in Bulawayo. This is your homeboy. I know that the Honorable Minister of State for Manicaland is here. He will also claim him because he lived for a long time in Mtare, but he moved there as he was working for ZESA. For those who did not know, he used to work for ZESA, a meter reader, if I'm not mistaken. Some of the things I'll say today, I'm allowed to say because I'm his Msukuru, but you don't say it. This is a humble man from humble beginnings. Some people don't know his history. I'm going to add things that he told me not to say, but I'll say it anyway. He's made his money outside of politics. So he made his money long before he came to politics. Not only did he work at ZESA, was also a carpenter. So when he tells you about vocational skills or mabasa emaoko, he means it because he's been there. He has failed in so many things, but look where he is now. He's a true inspiration not only to young people, but also to myself as a deputy minister, and he continues to inspire. For those who are at the head office of the Ministry of Youth, we have waiting rooms as ministers. I have mine, the PS has his. The people that come to see him occupy all the waiting rooms, all the boardrooms, just waiting to see him because he is accessible. He is what you see. He works hard, always working, and he is a free person, approachable to young people. And I think for those who follow him on social media, he's not afraid to engage. He's not afraid to talk to young people if they have some issue. So, ladies and gentlemen, the youth here present, join me in welcoming to the stage, and may we all rise as he comes to the stage.
strengthen their capacity to meet compliance requirements and connect them to financing. Access markets must lead to real enterprise growth. Ladies and gentlemen, the banking sector must respond with precision and innovation. Financial institutions are encouraged to develop products that speak to the needs of youth enterprises. These include accessible savings account, startup financing, purchase order funding, equipment leasing, and sector-focused facilities in agriculture, manufacturing, and the digital economy. We must also explore ways to reduce risk and unlock capital for youth-led businesses. We are guided by His Excellency's call that ilizwe lakhiwa ngabanikazi balo, nyika inobakwa nebene bayo. The responsibility to build our nation rests with us. Young people must channel their energy into productive activities that drive growth and development. Discipline, focus, and consistency will determine success. Our partnership with the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe remains critical in creating a supportive regulatory environment. As a ministry, we are committed to advancing financial inclusion through practical measures. We must fully utilize tools such as the collateral registry and alternative credit assessment models that recognize viable enterprises beyond traditional collateral. We aim to strengthen collaboration so that policy translates into real outcomes for our young people. Deputy Governor, Pamuri Panapanas, we want to thank you because we also want Vana to appreciate what His Excellency is doing. We also want Vana to appreciate our currents. So the education that you have provided us is going to take us very far as the young people. The insurance and pensions sector also has an important role to play. Financial inclusion must include protection and long-term security. We will work closely with the Insurance and Pensions Commission to promote accessible micro-insurance products, affordable cover, and entry-level pension schemes that respond to the realities of young people in both the formal and informal sectors. Capital markets present another important opportunity. In collaboration with the Securities and Exchange Commission of Zimbabwe, we will promote a culture of investment among young people through financial literacy, youth investment clubs, and improved access to market instruments. Over time, this must create clear pathways for youth enterprises to grow into investment-ready businesses. Our engagement with the Ministry of Finance and Economic Development is focused on ensuring that fiscal policies support youth empowerment. We must increase awareness and uptake of existing programs such as the Youth Employment Tax Incentive. At the same time, we will advocate for targeted incentives that encourage investment in youth enterprises and job creation. In agriculture, we must scale up financing for youth-led agribusiness across irrigation, inputs, livestock, and climate-smart production systems. In the digital economy, we must expand mobile-based credit, payment solutions, and digital wallets that support enterprise growth. For those in the informal and creative sector, tailored financial products are essential. These are not luxuries. They are tools for participation in the economy. We also recognize the role of the development partners, particularly the United Nations system, in supporting youth empowerment at scale. We invite deeper collaboration in enterprise incubation, digital innovation, climate smart livelihoods and inclusive economic participation for women, rural youth, and young people with disabilities. Blended financing models that combine technical support, grant funding, and private capital will be key to achieving sustainable impact. It is encouraging to see Zimbabwe International Trade Fair evolving into a platform that connects youth enterprises to markets. We must continue to create dedicated spaces for youth, strengthen business linkages, and open pathways into domestic and export value chains. Participation must lead to real business opportunities. To the young people here today, opportunities are growing, but preparation is key, and this is the time. Develop credible and scalable ideas. Organize yourselves into structures, entities. Approach the market with discipline and purpose. The economy rewards execution. I know some of you might say, kune varungo benefita, isusu hatisi kubenefita. This is your time. This is why you are here today. We don't want to leave anyone behind. We want to move together as a team to develop our country towards an upper middle income by 2030. One thing that I like, Deputy Governor, colleague, ministers here present, I don't believe in handouts. Shekungopiwa, tapiwa chakati, moombera maoko, namhla basinike ukuthi asifuni khonoko. Sifuna ukuthi sisebenze. We are capable of working. We can do it as the young people of Zimbabwe. What we want discipline amongst us, so that if we get funds, we are able to pay back, so that others can also have access to the funds. Namhla silapha eBulawayo. Next week siyabe siseMtari. The other week siyabe siseMarsh West. We all want to make sure that every province is benefited from the president's vision. There is no personalization when it comes to youth empowerment. Because my Minister of State for Bulawayo, there's nothing like that. All of us, we are the same, we are equal, we must benefit together. And in conclusion, this forum must lead to a coordinated system that links skills development, enterprise support, access to finance, market opportunities, risk protection, and investment pathways. This is how we move young people from training to production, from production into enterprise, and from enterprise into sustainable wealth creation. Siyabonga, tatenda, mazvita.
Certainly we can do better than that. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So there you heard. In the year 2026, a certain minister came back home to give out proper advice on financial literacy. Umfana wako Bulawayo lo anilizwile. So kuthiwa amagunanzi akhona. So be rest assured, there is something for you. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Indeed, another round of applause for the Honorable Minister. And as we heard from the Deputy Minister, the Minister is passionate about vocational training, and we have seen with Education 5.0, it moving from the traditional teaching to it being more focused on production-led teaching, where the emphasis is on innovation and heritage-based skills that push products and services that meet the needs of Zimbabweans in uplifting our lives and livelihoods in line with the Nika Inovakwa Neve Nevayo mantra. So we appreciate you, Honorable Minister, for those remarks. As we get ready for the next stage of our program, we are going to invite a man who is going to talk briefly about something big that is going to be launched this morning. Please put your hands together for the chairperson of the Empower Bank Board, Mr. William Chaiteji, as he comes forward.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies. It's always difficult taking the podium after the minister has spoken. Allow me to stand on the protocol that has already been observed. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'll get straight into my business for the day. It is an honor and a privilege to stand before you today at this important youth business forum, held alongside the ZITF as we mark a significant milestone in our national journey towards youth economic empowerment. Today's occasion reflects a bold and deliberate step by the government under the leadership of His Excellency, the President, Dr. Edi Mnangagwa, to place young people at the center of Zimbabwe's economic transformation agenda. The launch of the Youth Economic Empowerment Fund, valued at USD 1 million, is not merely a financial intervention. It is a strategic investment in the future of our nation. As Empower Bank, we are proud to serve as the implementing partner and custodian of this transformative fund. Our mandate as a deposit-taking financial microfinance institution within the ministry is very clear. It is to drive financial inclusion, expand access to affordable financing, and empower the youth to become active participants in the economic development. This fund speaks to our vision, an economically empowered youth by 2030. As a bank, we are fully committed to ensuring that these resources are deployed efficiently, transparently, and equitably across all the 10 provinces of Zimbabwe. Through our branch network and in collaboration with the Ministry of Youth, the Zimbabwe Youth Council, and the provincial district structures, we will ensure that no deserving youth is left behind. Ladies and gentlemen, this initiative is anchored on 3 pillars: inclusivity, that's ensuring that youths from all backgrounds, whether rural, peri-urban, or urban, have access to affordable capital. It's also centered on equality, that's providing fair and structured opportunities for all young entrepreneurs. It's also centered on job creation, that's unlocking enterprise development and stimulating sustainable livelihoods as envisioned by the government. Empower Bank will operationalize these pillars through tailored loan products, simplified access procedures, and continuous support to beneficiaries. However, beyond financing, we recognize that capital is not enough alone. We are going to be focusing on financial literacy and business management skills, ongoing mentorship and monitoring programs, linkages to markets and value chains, as the Minister alluded to earlier on. We believe that empowering young people must be holistic, and it should also combine finance, knowledge, and opportunity. This program is a product of strong collaboration between the Ministry, Empower Bank, and key stakeholders, including the ZYC and other national institutions. We also take note of the strategic alignment of this launch with the national platforms such as the Independence Day celebrations that were recently held and the Zimbabwe International Trade Fair. As Empower Bank, we stand ready to collaborate with all stakeholders, including government, private sector, and development partners to scale this initiative and mobilize additional resources. The impact of this fund will be far-reaching. Through increased participation of youth in productive economic activities, growth of youth-led enterprises across the 10 provinces, enhanced financial inclusion, and strengthening national confidence in youth-driven development. And most importantly, this initiative will contribute meaningfully to Zimbabwe's Vision 2030, building an upper middle income society driven by innovation, productivity, and inclusive growth.
To the young people gathered here today, this fund is your opportunity. We urge you to take advantage of this initiative responsibly. Bring forward your viable business ideas, commit to excellence, demonstrate the discipline required to grow sustainable enterprises. In closing, allow me to extend my sincere appreciation to the Honorable Minister and the Ministry for the confidence placed in Empower Bank to administer this important national program. We reaffirm our unwavering commitment to transparency, accountability, and impact. Together, let us unlock immense potential of Zimbabwe's youth and build a prosperous future for the generations to come. In closing, I just want to say to the young people, this is an opportunity for us to tap into these funds and scale our businesses so that we contribute to the GDP of the nation. I thank you.
Mr. Chaiteji, before you take your seats, I'm just going to request you to invite the Honorable Minister as we launch the Youth Economic Empowerment Fund.
Once again, it's an honor and a privilege to stand in front of you and introduce a man that I respect so much in the youth empowerment space. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you welcome the Honorable Minister of Youth, Honorable T. Machakaire.
Thank you, Mr. Chaiteji. We may take our seats. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and the youth of Zimbabwe here present. It is my profound honor to stand before you this morning as we launch this milestone initiative, the Youth Economic Empowerment Fund. This launch marks only the beginning. It is our collective ambition to grow this fund to as much as $5 million in the near future, expanding its reach and impact. Allow me to begin by expressing our deepest gratitude to His Excellency the President, Dr. Emmerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, whose visionary leadership continues to place youth empowerment at the center of our national development agenda. This initiative stands as a clear testament to that unwavering commitment to creating opportunities for young people across our country. The $1 million Youth Economic Empowerment Fund, which will be administered through Empower Bank, is designed as a revolving facility. Its purpose is to benefit many young people over time. As such, we seek to cultivate a culture of responsibility among our youth, one that recognizes that when support is extended, it must be honored through repayment, thereby enabling others to benefit in turn. In this way, we ensure continuity and shared opportunity. In administering this fund, we have adopted a collaborative approach to guarantee its sustainability. We call upon all stakeholders, traditional and political leaders, church leaders, and the broader community to play an active role in supervising and supporting beneficiaries. This will help ensure that resources are utilized for their intended purpose. The Ministry, Empower Bank, the Zimbabwe Youth Council, and other key partners will continue to work closely together to safeguard the success and longevity of this initiative. We further enjoin Empower Bank to diligently disburse and administer these funds, ensuring that resources are allocated in a transparent, I repeat, transparent, let's say transparent, efficient, and accountable manner. Why I'm saying this, I know there's a lot of things that can happen behind the scenes we must always be accountable and transparent when it comes to these funds. I want to assure the youth of Zimbabwe that this program will cover all the 10 provinces. We are committed to leaving no one and no place behind. As the next step, we will be rolling out provincial launches to bring this opportunity closer to communities across the country. Honorable Minister Mkhatsa, they are coming to your province. Honorable Ministers of State, we are coming to your provinces. So we want your support, we want your guidance, and also your contribution to make sure that we do the rightful thing. As I conclude my remarks, let me take this opportunity to say to the youth of Zimbabwe, this is your opportunity. Take advantage of it to build sustainable enterprises, create jobs, and contribute meaningfully to national development. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is therefore now my singular honor and privilege to officially launch the Youth Economic Empowerment Fund. I thank you, Tatenda Siabo.
Sokwenzakala. You have the pleasure of witnessing everything happen. Osekusele ukuthi uhambe ebhanga asishayile izandla umbululu ngapho. Nansiyani imali US $1 million. US.
Maybe before I take leave, I also want to give you a hint that these are not the only funds that we have. Next week, we'll be also officiating another 2.2 million from Comfort. Comfort, can you please move forward? After the 2.2 million, I've also organized something for you so that by end of 2026, our youth will be enjoying. So, Comfort, can you please promise the young people of Zimbabwe about the funds that we are going to launch next week?
Thank you very much, Minister.
From what we agreed.
Thank you very much, Minister. My name is Phineas Muchenjekwa. I work for Comfort, which stands for Campaign for Female Education. We work with marginalized young women in Zimbabwe and in Africa. And in support of the Youth Empowerment Fund, we also have got a program where we are committing 2.2 million to all the young women in the areas which we work in Zimbabwe. This will be launched next week in partnership with the Minister of Youth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, I know my youth, maybe before I take leave, I also want to invite one of these or two of these gentlemen, but I also want you to know them. We've got the CEO of ZIDA, Mr. Tafadzwa Chinamo. Can you please stand up so that my young people sees you here? Let's clap hands for him. Those with big investments, I will take you through to ZIDA so that we develop together with our president. Then we also have from the procurement, and we have Mr. Ruswa. He is also from Wedza. Yes. Please, you must also teach us. So I want you to create a program whereby you invite all of us, motitaura kuti zvinoitwa sei, zvinofambiswa sei, even kana pamuchapuwa mukana. I also want you to make sure that pavanobva pano vakuenda vachinoita part of you. Ladies and gentlemen, the journey has started now. We are now building our Zimbabwe. We are now empowering our youth. And I know by end of year, you will be appreciating what we have been given by His Excellency the President. I thank you.
Mururu Namrizo Chaizandla, the $1 million Youth Empowerment Fund launched.
So if you add 2.2 plus 1 million, 3.2, then if you ask Obabumache 100, Yakiliana, so $3.2, $100. Siabo. Let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
And of course, the minister saying that our plans are to ensure that the fund grows to about $5 million in the coming years. So we appreciate that. And I'm going to ask the young people, please stand. The young people, please stand. So as we appreciate that $1 million youth empowerment, please clock it, clock it, clock it. Yes, clock it. Thank you very much. And we are going to take a short break to just digest everything that has happened. And as the Honorable Minister has told us, we have PRAS, we have ZIDA, and we're going to be learning more about how as young people we can tap into the opportunities that are there for us. But as we take a very short break, I'm going to ask the DJ to walk us out with a song. And our high table, including the Minister, the Deputy Minister forgot to tell you that the Minister is also a good dancer. So he will lead this dancing session as we take a short 5 to 10 minute break. And afterwards, we have those very critical conversations. So do be back in 10 minutes. Mr. DJ! Honorable Minister, tokona kukukambira irapta mukatisa 102. So our ushers will lead our VIPs to a photo session as we take a short break.
sikwanise ukuqhatsha abantu labo bethola imisebenzi rather than ukuthi sitholakale sesisenza ama-drugs and illegal stuff. So we thank you, Minister of Youth. Empower the youth, secure the youth.
Right, welcome to Imela, our new plant. This is our new plant. We're excited for each season that is ahead of us. We have moved from our first plant that the bank supported us, and with their support in the Ministry of Youth, it helped us to be where we are now. This new plant that we are having, we now need at least 140 tons a day. So we have in 2 shifts. That gives us our day. So we can hit around 140 tons a day. So this is now a big plant. My colleague will take you through and you see our new plant. For the old plant, we didn't close it, we just expanded. We opened it up now for rice. We now produce rice. We now have Imela rice. And we also we are packaging sugar beans. We now have sugar beans and popcorns. So that plant is now flowing with that. And also, it has been divided into 2. We'll be also running the snacks. There is now a snacks department. So as time goes on, we'll be showing you all of this. Welcome. You may go through our plant and hope you see how the ministry has helped us and the help of our bank. I'm really excited about these guys. They really support the things that work. As you see this project, you can see that it really works. It is not only for the few, but for everybody. If you just get out of the comfort zone and start working, with their support, we can become a better brand. Thank you.
So, hello everyone. My name is Van Chichmeza, and currently I'm working with Imela as a sales assistant, and also I'm working with analyst business here. As I've also been my degree fitness. So I'm very grateful to Imela because it will help me to use my skills as I'm doing my degree. Because here, learning how to analyze the business, how to analyze the markets, and also how to analyze the sales trends. So Imela is a very promising company. It is helping me a lot of very skills.
Right. I want to talk a little bit about the youth empowerment and the Ministry of Youth. I really appreciate their help from where I'm coming from and where I am. It is because of the programs that they initiate through the ministry. I'm happy when they were going through the strategic empowerment plan to make a visit, and I had to get this copy for the empowerment strategy in 2026 to 2030. So on this plan, I was helped through coordination and partnership, which is on point 3. This one, we managed to go through as Imela, and it also helped us, especially on partnerships, we have partnered with Pakistan. So we now have engineers that are coming from Pakistan, coming in the country to try and help our youth develop. Like now, on employment, also on the same coordination partnership with employment. Now we have 90 workers that are under IMELA, the 6 firms. And on those 90 workers, we are looking forward for around 10 engineers that will be helped through the government of Pakistan.
Yes, but why teaching all this guy? For maybe I'm not around this side for all of Sophie Doctor's school. I teach him like that.
In possession of the operator by Miram the notion that Ministry is of machines, rice machines, and the flour machines. So, to fabricate anything. So, I fascist in the Bazooka. So, the Bazooka from scratch in the machine,
Okay. So, like this child, actually, you teach. Did you Chamaga fabricators? What is that? And Chimoshanda sheep Pama machines in what's all just seen with the fish over Chi Chochi.
So, she must have sort of for the barrier that she was you up.
Okay.
So,
it was no man who was doing one of such a fabricator from scratch.
How does also fabricate?
Mantabas. Engineers coming that will help our youth in production. They will help our youth in machining the machines straight from the ground up until they operate. So we are raising also operators. So I really appreciate the initiatives that comes from the Minister of Youth. They give us focus, they give us a vision, and they take us to another level. As I say that in our country, we are there, we are the ones that are there to develop this country. We are the ones that must make sure that Zimbabwe gets food. We are there to make sure that Zimbabwe produces its own plants. So we really appreciate the ministry, we really appreciate the bank for funding. We don't stress when it comes to money. They give us money and we appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Right, as you see now, what we can do now, we can now give a best before. We print it on our own. You can scan here. It has got the full details of the company. Best before, date, time manufacture. So everything is there. Once you scan, it tells you the best before. So we can now do everything as you see the guy running it. Right? So everything is in order for consumer protection. They are safe with the email. They are safe hands. So
as you ask those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony, and I see still good morning. Good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen. As we've been instructed, right on the protocols already observed, and I'd like to acknowledge the Honourable Minister and his Deputy, and all the other distinguished guests here this morning. As was said, my name is Tafazu Washinamo. I head ZIDA, the Zimbabwe Investment and Development Agency, and I'm here to talk to you about unlocking investment opportunities and employability interventions for youth in Zimbabwe. As you heard from the Minister's address just now, he did mention that we are working with him, and it's something that I guess we should have done from a long time ago, but it's never too late. For those who may not know who we are, ZIDA is the National Investment Promotion Agency. So we represent the country in attracting investment into the country. And I guess part of that mandate also includes us ensuring that the investment climate that we have in the country is conducive for other investment. Our investments are cut across all sectors, all types, all categories. So in that, we also have a mandate, I guess, to serve the youth in terms of attracting investments to their project or to their businesses. So what I want to talk to you about today is what I believe should be done and can be done, not only by us as ZIDA, but by policymakers, even youth who are in business, to drive more investment into your project. So I'll speak of interventions that I think we've seen, where the problems are and how we are working on them, and some of them, what we can do about that. So the first thing that I want to highlight is that let's shift from youth projects to bankable projects with youth participation. What do I mean by that? I think once you use the word project and you bring youth into it, already there's something that tells you that this is high risk, and perhaps it's best suited for an NGO or for some grant financing. Okay, I see my colleague Barbara is really looking at me here. So you've got people like UNDP, World Food Program, NGOs. I think let's move away from that. So yes, there are some interventions where that is needed, but when we talk of investments, we need to focus on projects that demonstrate clear cash flow, defined markets, and manageable risk to attract investors. So I think just that mindset, I think, is very, very important. And we believe that if we frame it like that, and a business can demonstrate its ability, it really doesn't matter how old or young you are. You can participate as an equity partner, you are a shareholder, you can be a supplier, you can be operating something within a well-capitalized venture. So I think that's the first thing that I just want to bring out, that let's move away from that. And then this is something that we are also talking to the Ministry of Youth about, that yes, there are projects everywhere. We speak of our 10 provinces not leaving anyone behind. That is fine. His Excellency, that is what is championing, and we are all supporting that. But what I would also want is let's perhaps create a pipeline, designate or find an area where we believe that this area, it could be, say, in the Eastern Highlands. Why don't we create projects in this area, that are dedicated to what is found in that area? So here we are looking at creating businesses, the suppliers, all the value chains go to that. Because if we don't do that, and we have, if we don't prioritize certain pipelines, we end up, being drawn to all kinds of projects, right? So yes, we are here today. Someone comes and then they say that, look, I got this project, and we leave everything and we're doing that, and we go to the next one. But if we are focused, and we start from Vision 2030, NDS 2, we know from there what the priorities are, and we work accordingly. And then another thing also that I think is important that we should be doing is that a lot of young people don't have capital, and a lot of financiers obviously want you to start from somewhere. So what we are saying here, this is where the state, the government of Zimbabwe is our parent. It's got assets. I think let's use those assets. So we would like a situation where government avails its assets by converting underutilized public assets into investment platforms that create commercial opportunities inclusive of the youth. As ZIDA, we are ready to facilitate joint ventures and partnerships that meet investor needs while enabling youth to participate in there as well. Because one of the barriers to entry into any business is obviously these startup costs, just the basic items that you need to start your business. So youth engage in this case as operators or suppliers, and we reduce the capital burden, to start that business, because at least the foundation blocks for starting that business would be there. And this is something that resonates very well with the presentation and the fund we've just seen, the Empowerment Bank. Youth projects face high risk perception, I've already said that, due to limited track records and inexperienced management. Now, by blending finance, we are simply saying that a project is going to need all kinds of funding. Obviously, someone is going to take a lot of risk, and this is where I would like, or rather advocate that this 1 million that we've launched is used to reduce the risk of projects. Bankers can then come once the risk has been reduced somewhat, but at least that project has ability to attract further funding if the founding or the co-financing is found. So blending of this financing is very, very important, and this is where government, through the funds we just heard about today, will come into play. So just to emphasize these points again of creating a youth investment pipeline as opposed to ad hoc ones. So I think let's be clear. So if we believe that as a country we have competencies in a certain priority sector, I think let's focus on that and drive investments, and let's be proactive as government. And this is something that we're doing at ZIDA, and I'd like again to work with the minister on this, to say in Zimbabwe perhaps there's a case for renewable energy, there's a case for the horticulture, there's a case for cotton to leather value chains. Why don't we drive investments as much as possible into that? Yes, there are other projects that are going to come from other sectors, from other areas. We'll still deal with those. But as government, we are proactively pushing and championing and deliberately creating that pipeline. Because if we do that and we are deliberate about it, we de-risk it, we identify all the risk, and we ensure that whatever financier is going to come, and when we therefore prepare projects, they meet the criteria of any investor. And as government, we are supportive of those pipelines. And then this is an area, again, which we've spoken about, and we work very closely with the Ministry of Education, vocational training centers, and so forth. And this is to align skills training directly to investment demand. So, yes, we go to school, we learn things, but the skills mismatch is a big challenge. Many youth face unemployment due to training not matching what skills their prospective investors want. So we need to continue to shift training systems to respond directly to the real-time skills demands. And also, I think let's be sector specific. So we, I think, need more curricula tailored to create investment sectors like agro-processing and renewable energy and so forth. So if we know for a fact that for the next couple of years, the sectors that are going to be driving investments are these, I think let's train our young people to be equipped in that. And then We also need to embed youth employment obligation into large investments. The Minister spoke about the tax incentives for employing youth. Not many people know about that. So again, and when we look at large projects, I'm talking here of something that runs into the billions. And at ZIDA, we do come across projects of that nature. So we need to, and I'm talking of maximizing youth labor potential. We are simply saying that if a project is there, it's big, it's a national project, before we engage the person who's undertaking that project in partnership with government, we put in the contract that as part of the conditions of this project going ahead, there need to be a certain number of youth employed in this project. And it goes beyond that. We are also saying that let's also train youth who are employed in this project as apprentices, so that as this project evolves, these youth are coming on stream, they are being trained, they are also being upskilled. And so as ZIDA, we are ready and waiting to ensure that contracts in the future have these clauses that involve youth, and and we can enforce the compliance of that. And then again, just re-emphasizing that point, that we need to promote work-ready pathways, not certificates. So there's a gap between education and skills. Yes, you may have the papers, but not the skills to do a particular work. So many youth have the formal education, but lack the practical job-ready skills. And this is, in part, again, what's causing high unemployment. So we need to prioritize that and ensure that these apprenticeships and internships work in that way. Another thing we are also pushing as ZIDA, the traditional sectors themselves cannot absorb all the youth. So we need also to think differently and expand the sectors we are prioritizing. We're talking of digital and service jobs is essential for growth, because if we just focus on the traditional ones, that will not be enough. So as ZIDA, we started working on business knowledge processing zones. Here we're simply outsourcing zones. So we've actually created a framework and created special economics. And this is just the start. And we're simply saying that let's expand this to other new sectors. Soft skills, again, is something that we do find now and then that can be the, that link between, the difference between success or failure. And by soft skills, it's your basic soft skills, your communication skills, your financial literacy, business ethics, grooming, etiquette, and so forth. You may wonder sometimes, that you go into a pitch, you believe that your project is stronger, is better prepared than the other one. But just your presentation of that can make a big difference. So we are also saying that as we empower youth, let's ensure that these softer things are also well taken care of and addressed. And as I wind up, and this is something that we will present obviously to the ministry, but to government as a whole. A lot of people talk about youth, a lot of government agencies talk about the youth. We're simply saying that let's all be clear. So as ZIDA, we are ready to focus on investment readiness. So we want to help you prepare your projects, to structure those projects, to facilitate your interaction of that project with investors and interface, I think, the youth in the wider economy. The line ministries, we look always for the policy, manage sector assets, and ensure effective regulatory oversight of these programs. And then financial institutions, we've already seen here at the Empowerment Bank, we need you to handle those funding decisions. And so, really, that is my presentation. And for us, let's measure what matters. Let's measure the outcomes, the tangible success indicators, and let's be data-driven in our decision-making. Let's not just make decisions for the sake of saying that we've made a decision. And investment led by youth empowerment, in our view, aligns skills, assets, capital, and markets. These will drive sustainable youth economic participation. I know that the Master of Ceremony wants me to vacate But I do thank you for that. We do have a presence here at the ZITF, and our websites and our social media pages are awash with information. So feel free to visit that and on any of these. But like I said, we are engaging with the ministry, and we will be launching some of our own projects in the future. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Shinamo. I'll ask you to remain on stage. You can please take a seat at the far right there, and you'll remain on stage until all our speakers make their presentations. So please take note as they are making their presentations. You can jot down any questions that you have or contributions, and then we'll open the floor after the presentations. So I'll ask all our speakers to please come up front and take their seats up front. Please allow me to invite the UNFPA country representative, Madame Miranda Tabifo. Please put your hands together as she comes forward. WFP country director, Madame Barbara Clemens. Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, from the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, Mr. Ara Chiviri and Mr. Mashonganyika. And I'll also ask the PRA's CEO, Dr. Ruswa, to please come up front. Yes. So please put your hands together as our speakers make their way to the podium. So I think, Madam Tabifo, you can take the podium. You'll give us the next presentation. And then afterwards, ladies and gentlemen, you can follow your seating order as you come forward. Please stick to the 10-minute guideline.
10 minutes.
10 minutes, yes. A few announcements before we proceed.
All right, this is the last warning. If we call out your vehicle and you don't attend to it, it will be towed away. AHF 7550, 27CD03, AFR 5841, AGH 8199, AHF 1297.
So before Madame Tabifo makes a presentation, we're going to play a 1-minute video. All right, a reminder that we will be getting into a Q&A after these brief presentations. All right, I think we'll have, in the interest of time, we'll have that video after Madam Tabifo's presentation. Thank you. Please give her another round of applause as she takes the podium.
Thank you very much, Linda, and your co-moderator. I think you've taken my 2 minutes. I'm now going to start my 10 minutes. The guest of honor, Minister of Youth, Empowerment, Development, and Vocational Training. The Deputy Minister from the same ministry. The Secretary from the same ministry. Allow me to write on all the protocol that has been established since we began this morning. My name is Miranda Tabifo. I'm the UNFPA country representative and chair of the United Nations Program Management Team and chair of the United Nations Youth Theme Group. It's a privilege to accept the opportunity as a United Nations country team. We appreciate the invitation. And I just wanted to start within my 10 minutes to give us 1 minute what we mean or what the United Nations Youth Theme Group represents, because we are talking about youth today. This group is a strategic interagency group made up of 25 United Nations agencies in Zimbabwe. We have 15 of them resident and 6 of them non-resident. So we come collectively as a United Nations country team to put our efforts together in a coordinated way to ensure that our support to the government of Zimbabwe in advancing and driving the youth agenda is properly coordinated with no duplication. So I wanted to give just that one tagline, an interagency coordination framework that brings all our initiatives together to ensure that we support the government of Zimbabwe to deliver on the youth agenda. So it is a great honor for me on behalf of the United Nations country team, as I've already mentioned, made up of these 25 agencies. That includes the United Nations Population Fund that I represent in Zimbabwe. And it's an honor. I would like to start, Honorable Minister, to give you a very big shout of Makorokoto, 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 Makorokoto. Please, let's congratulate the Minister and for the launch of this groundbreaking fund. The young people are not energetic, and I don't like that. Young people are supposed to be energetic just like the Minister. So when such initiatives are put in place and best to support your vision, it's good to really show alignment. So in terms of our message of solidarity remarks as the UN, I would like to start, Honourable Minister and distinguished youth delegates, all protocol observed. We are going to focus on 4 key areas. 1, the strategic vision. And that strategic vision is going to focus on harnessing the dividend, the youth dividend that we heard from the keynote of the acting director, the acting governor of the Reserve Bank. We heard from the welcome remarks of the secretary of the ministry. We also heard the same from the deputy minister, and above all, we heard from the guest of honor, the minister himself. This youth dividend that represents 5.4 million young people in Zimbabwe, and I think, as we have said, we have to support you to thrive. When we had the briefing this morning with the Honourable Minister, I want to read where I wrote. Minister said, please support the youth. That was his call of action. Please support the youth. And Honourable Minister, I don't want to conclude. I want to just start by saying that, yes, the UN is and shall support the youth under our leadership. A round of applause. Young people, I'm also very young, and I want energy in the room. So the second area I want to talk about, after talking about the demographic dividend, where the young people represent more than 60% of the population, under 25, and we have heard that they remain the architect of the vision that we want to achieve for Zimbabwe, the Vision 2030, where Zimbabwe is aspiring to become a middle-income country by 2030. The second area I want to focus our solidarity remarks, Honourable Minister and distinguished delegates, is the whole of the person integrated approach. What do we mean by that? The UN, Honourable Minister, we are actually formulating now our new strategy with the government of Zimbabwe called the United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework. This strategy has a solid pillar on human capital, which aligns with the vision of your ministry as well as NDS 2. So in terms of the human capital, we are saying that yes, human capital first, because economic gains of the country cannot be achieved without the capital, which is the asset, the human capital, which is the asset. And we know that the young people fall within this very strong cohort to advance the government's vision. The engine for the country to thrive is on the young people. We're also looking at, under this same, the whole of persons approach, integrated approach, how are we going to be supporting or combating the social ills? It was mentioned that even the recent presentation from ZIDA, they always consider, why do we consider young people as risk? Why do we consider young people as risk? And we are happy that through the speeches we've heard today, the young people are given the tools that are going to empower them not to be considered as risk, but they should be considered as engines that have to drive transformation of the country. Honourable Minister, because I serve for the United Nations Population Fund, before I go now to my last point, I'm a very straightforward person, I would like to just share within 2 to 3 minutes what the UNFPA, United Nations Population Fund, also is bringing on the table when it comes to this particular topic where we are examining in this business forum, as we all know. And we ask ourselves, what should be or what is our vision when it comes to empowering young people? Honorable Minister, we look at the young person's health. If you don't have a healthy population, even that 1 million or 2.2 billion or 3.2 billion that has been launched here today, the young people cannot be able to access to drive the economic growth of the country. So we are supporting as UNFPA the health of the young people, which is clearly stated, Honorable Minister, as you've mentioned, in the youth empowerment strategy that was launched last year. So in terms of the forum, this forum in line with ZITF, Connected Economies, Competitive Industries, we want to emphasize the message that a healthy, educated and empowered youth workforce is the engine for industrial competitiveness. Number 2, what is UNFP also contributing and bringing to the table? We want to pass on the message to say that digital innovation and health solution is also very critical. And I think it was amplified in most of the messages and speeches we've heard today. And what do we mean by that? 1 or 2 points. We mean that we have to support young people, Honorable Minister, to be able to lead digital solutions with what concerns them. And I want to take this opportunity to invite all the young people. On the 24th, within the context of the ZITF, the Ministry of Primary Education is going to launch what we call the youth chatbot. I think that chatbot. Within that, they are going to be showcasing how young people themselves are developing solutions to address issues concerning their education and their health. The invitation is going to be circulated anytime from that. On the 24th, it's going to be happening. What else do I want to pass as key message when it comes now to financial inclusion, as I've heard this morning? Youth financial inclusion is very, very critical, because without the rights and the base policies that ensures youth and marginalized groups are not involved, then we are going to not achieve the vision that we have. And lastly, strategic partnerships. I'll end there. Strategic partnership on behalf of the United Nations. I want to invite all of us again, Honorable Minister, if we can have one of maybe 5 minutes of your time. The United Nations has the UN Pavilion just next to us here, under the leadership of the United Nations Communication Group, led and chaired by my sister here, the country director of WFP. The team is there. We can take you through the UN Pavilion to show the partnerships that the United Nations has established in the country, and we are driving our agenda to support the national vision of Zimbabwe. Honorable Minister, if you can join us for a few minutes in your time, we'll be very glad to take you to see that pavilion. So, and to conclude, I'm a very straightforward person. What is the call now to partners? Our call to partners at the United Nations, to financial institutions, we heard that we should shift from projects. That's what Zida told us. We want to ask that we should shift the narrative from high risk. Youth should not be considered only as high risk. Let's give them the tools so that they can actually attain the high reward. That is what we are talking as our message to financial institutions, so that when they are given the tools, they shall be able to save, they should know about savings, credit, investment facilities designed to sustain this young demographic or youth demographic we're talking about. To our youth entrepreneurs, listen carefully and pay attention. I think there are more than 1,000 face-to-face linkages right now. Some of them are online, Minister, as you mentioned. What are we telling you? Some of them are online in Bulawayo or elsewhere in the country. These faces, you represent, you are the blueprint. You are the blueprint to drive the economic situation or the economic sustainability of this country. We want to ensure that you are at the center. And lastly, Honorable Minister, the UN, in solidarity of the vision of the government of Zimbabwe, of the vision of your ministry for youth empowerment, we remain steadfast. We are committing and we are telling you that we remain steadfast partners to the government, working with civil society and youth-led organizations to ensure young people's agency, their health, their education, their mental resilience remain at the center of your development, and to ensure that Zimbabwe and the young people, they are not left behind. So, Minister, we are taking heed to your call that we are going to support this vision. Tatenda, thank you very much. Siyabonga Majita. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Madam Tabifor. I know when you finish your diplomatic career, you may become a politician. I'm prophesying. You may take your seat, and we will now have that 1-minute video before Madam Clements' presentation. But you may take your...
The National Youth Empowerment Symposium, first of its kind, median edition, organized by the Ministry of Youth in Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe is obviously putting the youth first, and we are here as a World Food Program to support this. We are mobilizing, engaging, empowering the young people.
My journey as an entrepreneur started when I met WFP. WFP capacitated me with the knowledge on how to do hydroponic farming, and my life has never been the same.
We got 2 machines from WFP. I started a small business of sewing because I didn't get the money to proceed to go to university.
I commend the convening of this symposium, which must further unlock the immense potential resident in the young people of our motherland, Zimbabwe. It is my honor to officially launch the National Youth Empowerment Strategy.
It's really good to see, what young people are doing and the potential that is out there. What is encouraging for me is to see WFP's contribution in all this.
I'm very grateful because our business is growing in the industry.
So let's work together to empower the youth for a brighter future.
Madam Clements, you have 9 minutes now, minus the 1 minute that we played on the video.
And I didn't even know this was coming up. Is it okay? Now I have 8 minutes. Honorable Minister, and please allow me to stand on existing protocols. I think we have all collectively, individually said it all, but what little that I have to add to all of this is really a clarion call to the youth, to government, and to my fellow UN colleagues, as well as the NGOs or anybody in Zimbabwe and on the continent of Africa who wants to promote youth. I'll start off by saying to the youth of Zimbabwe as well as to the youth of the continent of Africa that you are, I would say, equally, if not more so precious than the gold and the diamonds and all the minerals that Africa has in its soil. And I'm saying that not just to bandy words and this jargon. When we speak to population experts, economic experts, what's going on in the world globally in terms of finance, economics, for society to exist, they must have a pyramid like this. It looks like this. And at the bottom of that pyramid is youth. Africa is the only continent that has a pyramid. We have the fastest growing youth population in the world. And what does that translate into, in my estimation? It translates into sustainability and longevity. We were here at the beginning and we will be here until the end. But other continents are not so blessed as us. So when we say that you are our future, you are not only the continent's future, you are the world's future, because you are the fastest growing sector in this entire globe that we find ourselves in. Now, for me as WFP Country Director, I look to the government as leading, the government as enabling, and I think what the youth ministry have done here or is doing through NDS, we have a saying where I come from. For those of you who don't know, that is Liberia, and we say that if the house doesn't sell you, the street won't buy you. And I think the government of Zimbabwe has, through the Ministry of Youth, has positioned itself so well to sell their youth. And when we say sell, I mean invest in their youth, many programs. The only caution that I would have, and this speaks to what Tafadzwa mentioned about this overproliferation of projects. When we say government leading, in my mind, and when I say government enabling, I look to the government to be the gatekeepers so that all of these do-good projects, you ensure that they are adding value. You ensure that we are coming together and not we're just siloed and fragmented, so at the end of the day, we're not creating impact. I think that is primary. That every organization, every initiative should come through the youth should come through the youth ministry to ensure that it aligns with the plans and the ambition that you have for youth in Zimbabwe. I commend you for doing that. The last thing for WFP, we're going to our board in November to have our next generation country strategic plan approved. And that plan will take us through from 2027 to 2030. It aligns with NDS 2. It also aligns with what my colleagues spoke about, our cooperation framework. One of the key things of our country strategic plan is our food systems pillar. And we have several cross-cutting initiatives under that pillar, one being youth, recognizing that you are the biggest asset that we have in Zimbabwe. And as such, WFP launched a pilot this year for our youth empowerment program. It's really a finishing school. We are going through the process of, this is our first cohort in that. We took 10, I think out of an application process of 1,000 applicants, we selected 10 people. And 1,000 applicants all over Zimbabwe, we selected 10 youth. And with every cohort that we will seek to do in the future, they have to undertake a capstone project. And this is, part of that capstone project is engaging with our youth ministry in Zimbabwe. And we took that to heart from the minister, that he wants action and not a lot of talk. So we put that message out to our youth, and they came out with a concept of a vacation jobs program, which we are actively seeking, not as a project, but as investors to invest in. And not just giving money, but giving of your time. You who are with the private sector, we will be coming knocking on your door to be able to employ youth during vacations to give them a summer internship program. You're looking at a product from the U.S. From the time I was 15 to 21, I was involved in these summer youth programs. It exposed me to the vastness of opportunities that was out there. So it's not just a question of giving someone a job, but it's also a question of exposure so that our young people know what there is, the possibilities. So in closing, I welcome what we're seeking to do with the Impact Bank and the Reserve Bank. Count WFP in. We would love to support and love to be a part of that movement. And to you young people, and I wish that somebody would have told me this when I was your age, the possibilities are endless. And when I was your age, we didn't have whole governments and whole ministries talking about us like we mattered. It was just you get on with your life and call it a day. So you're living in unique times where your future is extremely bright, especially on the continent, especially in Zimbabwe. And why I say that, for my UN colleagues who we're going through this issue of funding constraints and challenges, but there exists within that space a tremendous amount of opportunity. And I view that opportunity, first of all, that being left alone to decide your own destiny and being left alone to craft your own solutions. And this is the huge opportunistic space that we find ourselves in the continent, also in Zimbabwe. And I applaud the government of Zimbabwe for rising to that occasion and truly being the captain of their own ship in formulating solutions that are Zimbabwe-centered, youth-centered. And I thank you all for giving me the opportunity to sit here in front of you or stand here in front of you and speak about this. Please let us know who you are. Please engage with WFP as we continue to engage with you through the Ministry of Youth. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Madam Clements. I'll ask Dr. Ruswa to take his position on the podium for his presentation. That is the CEO of the Procurement Regulatory Authority of Zimbabwe, PRAZ. Please appreciate him as he comes forward.
A very good afternoon to you all. Oh, the youth. Good afternoon to you. Thank you so much. Let me acknowledge the Honorable Minister here. You heard him saying I'm one of his subjects there. Vaenda kupampa manga. Vanga taura kuti marooms anenge akazara. Constituency state akatovamirirawo with our ideas and also our requests as it were. And also to acknowledge Vamhlanga, the Permanent Secretary. My work has been cut out by the Honorable Minister in his presentation. You know, he really went straight to the point in what the expectations are, and I will then speak exactly to that. But for the benefit of some who are engaging with us for the very first time, who may want to know what the Procurement Regulatory Authority is all about, it's an institution born out of through the Act of Parliament enacted in 2018, where we're moving from what we used to call the State Procurement Board, which was both the regulator and implementer in terms of public procurement. So as we sit right now, we are only responsible for the regulations of the public procurement space. So the outline of my presentation, as you could see from the topic, it was very specific. We want to look at the opportunities for the youth in public procurement. And when we are talking of these opportunities, we then want to know where exactly can you find these opportunities. So, yes, there are policies for the youth in public procurement space, because if you listened in carefully from the Honorable Minister's presentation, he was saying, because for me it is a call for action, what he presented in his speech there. So what we have, we start by, for the benefit of others, like I said, just saying what is public procurement so that we can be on the same page. Here we are talking of procurement, which is referred to the procurement of external resources needed by the government and the entities under their control. And the public procurement includes acquisition of external resources using public funds. This is where it matters most now, because these are your funds, and we now need to account. And in terms of a good procurement system, again, here we are talking of a procurement system which is transparent, where we then bring the aspects of accountability to the nation. And it comes back to the core, where we are saying public procurement and its objectives comes from the Constitution of Zimbabwe, Section 315, which then is juxtaposed as Section 4 of our Act. It's very necessary to know these, colleagues, because ordinarily for the past 7 years or so, we've been seeing people missing this part, and then they start pointing fingers elsewhere. So, like I said, I'm going to speak specifically to this gathering, and as was asked by the Honorable Minister, in terms of what is it that we have in place to enhance business amongst the youths. Currently, before the Parliament is a bill. We are amending our Act because in as much as we felt that it's new, if one is to compare it with other jurisdictions, but there's need for us now to keep abreast with the changing issues, especially during the COVID era. We felt that our Act was somewhat rigid and would not then implement it as we wished we could do. So it has gone through the first reading and the second reading, and one issue which is of interest to this gathering is, I will make specific references because I've been seeing you not writing anywhere. I want you to write this specific section. Section 29 of the current Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Assets Act speaks about domestic preferencing. And of course, under the current bill, which is before the Parliament, we are trying only to enhance it so that it then speaks to the broader issues now, where we are now also looking at the other previously disadvantaged groups. But it's critical that we look into this Section 29 in the current Act so that we don't then wait to say we are waiting for something which is taking its due processes. As a regulator, we are also alive to the situation that as the government, we need to align. And after NDS 1, we are now talking of NDS 2. And again, there are expectations therein under NDS 2. And I quoted there to say, in addition, during the NDS 2, government will promote the youth participation. And I'm just putting this as a guide to us as a regulator to say, where then do we come in there? So we are also guided accordingly. Naturally, it's good for you also to know that out of the budget for the government, almost 20 to 25% of it is expensed through public procurement. And again, once we are talking of public procurement, we need to be all-encompassing, and we now need to agree on the issues what we talk about when we're talking about the youth factor. I spoke about the affirmative procurement guidelines, which we now have as an authority as of this year, where we are talking about the women, the veterans of the liberation struggle, and the disabled people. This is something which was now tabled before the Parliament. And when we are talking of public procurement, we are also talking of sustainability. It's a critical aspect when we're talking of sustainability. I think from my colleagues here from the UN Working Group, they know, they prioritize such to the extent that we are even working with their supply chain colleagues on aspects of sustainability, where we are saying the goods and services which you are providing must also observe such. Yes, under NDS2 Trust, we are aware of the inclusivity, beneficiation, and support of the local produced goods, where we are also talking of import substitution. Yesterday in here, through the Minister of Industry and Commerce, we were looking at this, where they are even trying to expand to rural industrialization. So again, as an authority, we are looking into that. Under affirmative action procurement, where there's youth inclusion, you would find that again in the Act, the Procurement Regulatory Authority is mandated to develop and advise the government on ways with which environmental, social, and economic policies, including those designed for economic empowerment and domestic preferences, may be implemented through public procurement. It's a role which we have, and under this role now, this is where we are now saying to the youths in here, when you are participating in public procurement, please observe these things. Earlier on, the minister spoke about transparency. Ladies and gentlemen, let's be transparent in our dealings, because the disadvantage of public procurement is such that if you deviate from some of these issues now, we have what we call debarment. And debarment, we debar not only your organization, because you know that you go and buy another share of company, we debar even the directors. So go on PRA's website, watch, look at those organizations which are currently debarred. Some of them are permanently debarred from the public procurement. And the disadvantage again is we are not only talking of our own jurisdiction. PRAS and the government of Zimbabwe are a part of the bigger family. Currently, we have got the chairmanship and presidents of the Africa Public Procurement Network, 54 member states. We hosted them last year. When we talk of these debarments, even jurisdictions outside Zimbabwe, you will be affected. So I'm just imploring on you colleagues to take heed of such, so that whenever we are going to be engaging, we'll be looking at some of these things. Under sustainability, definitely there's a cycle which we look at when we are engaging you, where we start by identifying needs, the market research and planning, up to contract management. My slides will be shared for your as part of your material. Where are the opportunities? When we are looking at the public procurement space now, this is the public cake. What is available to you? We are talking of almost 29 government ministries and departments. We are talking of the 92 local authorities, both urban and rural. And we are talking of the commissions and other constitutional and other commissions, and the 237 state-owned enterprises, regulatory authority bodies, universities and colleges, hospitals, and special purpose vehicles, totaling almost 372 procuring entities under the purview of the regulator. Ladies and gentlemen, this is big business. If you don't know, in 2024 alone, in terms of public procurement, we are looking at a value of almost 8.2 billion. So this is real business which we are talking about here. Hence, the Honorable Minister was saying the biggest buyer in any nation is the public procurement, and you need to make sure that we focus on that. But of course, having observed some of these issues, there I was trying to just give highlights to say, under public procurement, the expenditure in terms of categories, when you are looking at the parastatals, almost 61%, local authorities, 6%, ministries and commissions, respectively, and this is year-on-year growth in terms of public procurement. Again, we can always then work together where we say, where is our strength? How best can we then fit into these categories? I felt I just wanted to then focus on these things so that we formalize. These are some of the requirements. Our pavilion is there. I know I've given 10 minutes, and when it comes to the issues like this, I always extend our invitation to you colleagues to say, visit our pavilion, then we can tell you on some of these requirements. But before I sit down, because I'm seeing Hilton there has already stood up to signal that my time is almost up. There are basic requirements for participating in public procurement. Right now, I encourage you and implore you to familiarize with the electronic government procurement and also to appreciate the law. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate our laws, because public procurement is somewhat a straitjacket, and once you fail on some of those aspects, you will be moaning and groaning, yet other people will be smiling all the way to the banks. Current issues that affect participation in tenders, of course, knowledge gaps, corruption and perception, capital availability. I think this is an area which is now being covered from the area presentations and other presentations therein. Failure to read the market dynamics. When you are dealing with public procurement, please appreciate those 100-day cycles where government ministries and departments, they look at the 100-day cycles from February to May, from June to September. Then you can always time it in such a way that you don't lose those opportunities. And what is should you watch out for? Please avoid apathy, avoid errors when submitting those bids, because your bids will be thrown out, and fear of exclusion. Naturally, people have got this fear for the unknown. Then ignorance of the rights provided in the Act, and over-reliance on what you call those consultants. I know they are in business, but from where we sit, we see over-reliance in such. So I'll end here, colleagues. This is what I just decided to focus on, to say there are opportunities. My work has been cut out by the Honorable Minister when he said, let's work together. I'm privileged in the sense that the Permanent Secretary in his ministry was behind PRAS when it was given birth. So when it comes to that, what we are going to come up with, the Honorable Minister, we want to come up with a formula where in the respective provinces, like you have said earlier on, we really focus on. So we pledge to work with the Wamhlanga on that aspect, so that the same what we did with the Ministry of SMEs, we also do with the relevant ministry, so that at the end of the year, you ask us to say, PRAS, from my presentation, what is it that you have done, and we'll be able now to account for what we have done. I'll end here and submit this report. Thank you so much.
Thank you. He represents the Procurement Regulatory Authority of Zimbabwe, and that is Dr. Rusa. So you heard, these are just teasers. You can visit their stand, and trust you me, they have nice golf t-shirts. Very nice, and they always give it everyone. Right, the next presentation is with the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe. Allow me to invite two gentlemen. We have said we shall speak for 5 minutes each to make it 10 minutes. So allow me to introduce the next presentation, and that is Unlocking Access and Growth Opportunities for the Youth, Financial Inclusion, and the Collectoral Registry. Mr. Mashonganyika, over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony, Honorable Minister Machakaire, and Deputy Minister. Allow me to stand and observe on the protocols that have already been observed. As you have heard, we only have 5 minutes, and so I will definitely be skipping some of the slides, and of course these slides are going to be available after. So my first slide that I want to speak about is this one. So this slide is basically telling us the current status of the youth. I want to take your attention to a statistic which is indicating that 41% of the youth are formally banked. What does that mean? That means 59% of you here do not have banking accounts. And so what does, again, that mean? That means that the 2 million, the 3 million that has been, yeah, thank you, 3.2 million that has been launched today, you won't be able to access it because it is going through formal banking system. So it means we need to open banking accounts with, in this case, I see it is running through Empower Bank. So we all need to open banking accounts with Empower Bank so that you at least have a foot into the, you are being able to access that funding. And then also the last statistic that I want to speak about there is the last one, which says 52% of youth require financial education. Yes, Zimbabwe is privileged, well-educated people, but when it comes to financial education, we have still a big challenge. And financial education is the one that tells you what type of facilities you need, where do you get them, and at what price and at what cost. So we also need to deal with that. Then my next slide is this one here, which speaks to the barriers that are affecting the access to finance by our youth. And I think the main ones there is the yellow one, which talks of a high cost of accessing financial products and services. And yes, this is, I think it could be also one of the reasons why we have fewer youth opening bank accounts, because the fear is that if we open bank accounts, whatever we put there will be actually eaten up by charges. But I want also to give you a hint. There are two types of accounts that are opened by banking institutions. And when you go to a bank, you must make a decision what type of a banking account you want. And what I know is most of us here, we have what is called a current account. Now, a current account is a transactional account. It is not a savings or an investment account. So when you put money into a current account, you be aware that that account is going to be, that's where a lot of charges are actually levied. That is a cash cow for banking institutions. That's why when you go and say, I want to open an account, they will not tell you that or ask you which type of an account you want to open, because they know what account they want you to open, which benefits them more. So next time, tell them you want to open a savings account, because a savings account is the one which makes your money grow, because it is the one, is the only account which when you go out of the bank, you are aware how much you are going to earn, not how much is going to be deducted from your account. So that's why the Reserve Bank is going around and preaching this word and information in terms of financial literacy. And then the other issue that I want also to speak about there is the red one there, which talks of lack of acceptable collateral. Now, we have my next, the presentation from my colleague is going to be dealing with that. So I want to move on to the next slide, which speaks of what initiatives the Reserve Bank has actually implemented and is still implementing. And one of them is the one which is famous, which is the implementation of the National Financial Inclusion Strategy. And currently we are in the second phase, which is also coming to an end this year. But it coming to an end this year means that we are already working on the third phase. And it is here that I want to invite all you who are present here, all youth organizations and all youth advocacy groups to give us all that you want us to do in the next phase of our implementation of the National Financial Inclusion Strategies. We'll be sending invites for your inputs into that. Then my last slide, my second last. Now this one is basically telling you of some of the initiatives that the Reserve Bank has already implemented and what it is implementing. But I want this one here, right, this one. This is the results of the initiatives that the Reserve Bank has implemented. If you see the third row, which is kind of orange in color, it shows what number of loans and the value of loans that the youth have been accessing through the banking system. But we think these figures are able to be increased, and as we move forward, we should be able to earn, to get more from these figures. So at this point in time, allow me to leave the space for Mr. Chiviri, who is going to take us to the next presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to appreciate the Minister, the Deputy Minister, and the senior government officials here. Colleagues, I'm here to indicate to you that at the Reserve Bank we have operationalized the collateral registry. The Deputy Governor, the Acting Governor talked about that. Then the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Youth also mentioned the issue of collateral as a constraint. But we have been able to take initiatives at the central bank level to cure that aspect that has been troubling our economy. If as youths we are running small enterprises or even large ones, or if we are going to go into business in the future, we might require financing. Financing might come from our resources, but at some point as we grow, we may want to borrow monies from the financial institutions. But financial institutions require collateral. Collateral is not the primary aspect for banking institutions. Let me say, it's not primary. Initially, they will evaluate your project on the viability aspects. And when they are done with that, they will then look at their full position just in case you default. And therefore, collateral is required. It's not primary, but it's a requirement. So lenders prefer to be secured. And that is where we have a catch, especially for the youth, because they may not have the type of collateral which is required by the lending institutions. Let me move on to indicate to you that we established a collateral registry, which is like a digital notice board of the collateral that would have been accepted by our lending institutions. It's quite a wide continuum. I will show you some of those collateral items that are taken by our financial institutions. So banks do accept motor vehicles, laptops, farming equipment as a collateral, and these are movable collateral items. So the collateral registry is about movable collateral. For the fixed assets, for land, we have the deeds registry, you know that. So we created a collateral registry to give assurance to lending institutions that we have a repository of the movable assets that you would have taken. Anybody who would want to consider the same asset would have to look up the registry and confirm that it has not been given to somebody else. But I want to move on to indicate to you that through Parliament, through our government, we have a legal framework to support the collateral registry. It's called the Movable Property Security Interest Act. A bit of detail there, but I want to move on. These are the benefits of the collateral registry. Here you also see that we are saying it's a web-based platform, accessible 24/7, I also want to, well, these are the core functions. You will be able to discuss it on another day. But these are examples of the movable collateral that we have already been registering in our system. Durable consumer goods, televisions, fridges are being accepted by our banking institutions and microfinance institutions. Motor vehicles, plenty of them. I have a quick diagram where I want to indicate it to you. Even the inventory around raw materials, these are movable assets that are accepted by lending institutions. So if you are running a small business and you have inventory or a stock, the lenders can consider that as collateral. So this is a range of the movable assets that are being accepted. Right from the household goods, you see the other side, to the end where we have fertilizers and manure recorded in our system. This is an analysis by gender. I see in our youth we have a mixture, ladies and gentlemen. I have an interest in the issue of gender because at home I have 2 daughters. This one is a diagram that shows you the collateral that has been pledged by the SMEs, and we have got this in our records, dominated by trucks, buses, right to the end where we have some poultry and some negotiable instruments. But I want to indicate to you so that when you are approaching financial institutions, you also know what risks they think are in the movable assets and should be able to indicate to them how you mitigate them. So when we were implementing the collateral registry, we did a survey which indicated that lending institutions were worried about the movable assets because of the storage costs where they were taking the movable asset and keeping it. They were also worried about the deterioration in the value of the movable assets, e.g. motor vehicles over time, their value goes down. Then they fear that the borrowers might dispose of the asset before they pay off the loan. And then there are also many other issues to do with the obsolescence of some stock, e.g. the inventory. There are some perishables which banks take as the collateral. So those are some of the risks which they think are inherent in the movable assets. But let me finish with my last slide, just to emphasize the issues that have been mentioned here for the youth. You probably already have the assets that can allow you to access loans from banking institutions. If you have a laptop, a vehicle maybe, or some farming instruments, tools, you can be able to unlock your access to credit. Visit the financial institutions, we have the microfinance institutions, we have the banking institutions. The registry is there. It is providing a record of what we have tendered to institutions, and they are able to look up in the registry. Then also, you need to build financial credibility. I think this has been mentioned earlier on about the need to repay facilities or loans when you have accessed them. Because other than that, you can also, even without collateral, access loans. There is what we call reputational collateral, where if you have a relationship with the banking institutions that they've known you very well, they will be able to give you a loan without you providing collateral. It's very possible. So, ladies and gentlemen, we want you to think big. The collateral is there to support your business operations. And at the Reserve Bank, we stand ready to provide any assistance that you might want as far as the collateral registry is concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the 2 gentlemen.
We'll now open the floor for questions. We've had presentations from UNFPA, from the WFP, from PRAS, from ZIDA, and from the RBZ. You may show by raise of hand if you have any questions. I see a hand at the back. And media team, can you please assist with the roving mics? Please be as concise, as precise as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, as you pose your questions. Yes, can we have the first question? Please stand up and introduce yourself and tell us who your question is directed to.
My name is Tatenda Shinyuko. I'm from Home Goods here in Blawayo. Right, this question is directed to RBZ. Right, this question is basically, well, there's the introduction of the ZIG. Right, we pay our taxes and our bills in ZIG. But one of the biggest questions is, how come we can't buy fuel in Zig? Because we are running businesses and you go to the fuel station, they want you in USD. So how best can we do that, paying for fuel in Zig?
All right. Can we position our mic to the next question? We'll take maybe
Thank you
3
very
questions.
much. Thank you very much. My name is Andrew Kwababa. I'm coming from Boyera district. My question is directed to all the panelists. 67% of the population is rural, but when it comes to resource allocation, nothing is coming to the rural areas. That is the reality. That is the truth. And then in line with section 20, subsection 1, paragraph A to E of the Constitution, what is it that we are going to do to save young people? Because as we speak, they are dying due to drug abuse, due to poor health care. As we speak, we are burying more young people than older people because of discrepancies in the aspect of health. My last question, which is a request to everyone here, what are we going to do to decentralize all these services, all these indabas? Because out there are opportunities, but people don't know how to maximize and use those opportunities. Thank you very much.
All right. All right, thank you very much, Andrew. I will ask all those who are posing questions to be sensitive and considerate given the numbers that we have. Can you please stick to one question so that we can accommodate others? Yes, madam, go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Alice Chingombe. I'm from Junior Chamber International, Zimbabwe. My question is directed to RBZ. Mr. Speaker, you spoke about, even the earlier speaker spoke about information. People don't have enough information. The question I have is, do we have such platforms available where accessibility and dissemination of information and protocols are for young people to start from? Is it available?
All right, thank you very much, Madam Alice. We'll have our last question for this round. Another lady, preferably. If there is a lady. I see a lady here. Oh, there. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Tabi Songwenya. I'm from the Zimbabwe Care-Livers Network. So mine is not really a question, but a suggestion, particularly to the Minister of Youth and stakeholders. So there's this, so our organization is for young people who grew up in orphanages. And I would like to say that we are one of the most marginalized communities. And but to access a loan this other time, we were told that we cannot access loans because we don't have proof of residence, number one. We have issues with documentation. So I would like to request the ministry and stakeholders to at least make the rules and the regulations not too rigid, and maybe consider the issue of equity more than just equality, because not all the situations are the same. There are some situations that will require you to consider the concept of equity than equality. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. So we'll now come back to the panel. I think there are 2 questions for the RBZ, Mr. Mashonganyika and Mr. Chiviri. Why are we not buying fuel using the ZIG?
Thank you very much for the excellent questions. So, on buying fuel with the ZIG, the Reserve Bank and the government came up with a policy position that we will take a gradualistic approach. You know very well that our fuel comes from outside the country, and we need foreign currency to bring it in. So we need to build adequate resources, which we are already trying to do at the Reserve Bank, to build adequate reserves so that when we fully go into monocurrency, the ZIG, we will be able to continuously import our fuel without restrictions. You remember we had challenges a long time ago when fuel was in short supply. So government and Reserve Bank, being mindful of that, decided that we will be able to get there, but let's take a gradualistic approach. But just to take the opportunity to indicate that there are already service stations that are selling fuel in Zig, because our service stations, when they are paying tax to government, 50% of the tax is in Zig. So they are making arrangements, especially with the big purchasers of fuel, corporations. They are able to buy their fuel in Zig so that the service stations also accumulate Zig that is required by government when they are paying taxes. There was another inquiry on the issue of information asymmetry. Are there platforms to access some of the information? We do have platforms for the Reserve Bank. If you look up the Reserve Bank on the internet, we are there. We have a WhatsApp channel and a lot more. If you see the pamphlets that we're circulating, some of them do contain our platforms where you can be able to follow the Reserve Bank, the exchange rates and all that. We also do conduct workshops. I can take the opportunity to indicate that while we are here, we will conduct a workshop in Gwanda tomorrow. Then the day after we'll be in Mapisa. Then we'll go to Plumtree to talk about the collateral registry, which we were just discussing here. So there is information that we are trying to provide to our youth, to the communities, and the SMEs in particular. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that response. You wanted to...
So there's another question which was talking about youth not having a proof of residency, and that you have failed to access financial services because of that. Now you remember that, maybe you don't remember, but the Reserve Bank issued a circular sometime long back when it introduced the low KYC accounts, whereby if we all live in constituencies, in wards, where you have got councillors, in rural areas where you have headmen, you have got chiefs, and a letter by any of those traditional and government authorities is an acceptable document that the banking institutions can use. And furthermore, your parents have residentials, and they can still also write affidavits to confirm that, yes, Simbarashe Mashonganyika is my son and I'm staying with him, and that again is an accepted document by the banking institutions. If you have any challenge with that, if you find any challenge with any financial institution, please phone the Reserve Bank. Thank you.
Thank you for that. UNFP. All right, I'll start with the ladies first. UNFPA. All right, you can go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. I would like to address the question about resources not coming into rural areas. And I'll just say that WFP has been present in Zimbabwe for over 25 years. When we started off in Zimbabwe, we were not providing food assistance. Zimbabwe was a procurement hub, and we were purchasing commodities from farmers in Zimbabwe that was mostly in rural areas. Not only that, I would say within that 25 years, we must have spent at least $800 million. Most of it, the beneficiaries of most of that over 800 million, rural Zimbabwe. So you may be too young to know that, but you know that statement, be careful of making blanket statements. Most of the work that we do benefits rural areas, and when we're procuring locally, most of it is through agriculture, and that by and large is from rural locations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No, thank you very much. I would like to compliment the response by my sister, the WFP country director, to the question that was asked about the 67% of the population representing the youth, which actually the government of Zimbabwe has not refused that. The government attests to that, and the government wants to harness this demography dividend to ensure that this youthful population is actually translated or used to actually drive the economic growth of the country. So because I spoke on behalf of the United Nations, I wanted to amplify by maybe just telling our young people, when I said that the United Nations in Zimbabwe is made up of 25 entities. We have the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO. We have UNDP, my brother Ayo could not speak here because he has another event. UNICEF, WFP, my sister is here. WHO, UNFPA that I represent. UN Women, UNHCR, ILO. UNESCO, IOM, and then we have specialized and resident entities like UNAIDS, UNIDO, UNOPS, IFAD, UNV, UPU, UNIC, UNDSS. Just to summarize, I decided to give these entities to let the young people know that through the joint program that we have of the UN, those resources will come. And just before we came in for the second segment of this meeting, the Honorable Minister, through the Youth Network, I think the National Youth Forum, indicated that his ministry is going to submit an additional proposal to that which the United Nations has received under the Youth Empowerment Strategy that we supported the government to launch last year. So we'll be expecting that request, and we'll be coordinating our efforts to address that. And then lastly, in your question, you talked about the resources not coming to the regions or to the communities, and where you did mention about the drug and substance abuse are being faced by young people. We totally agree. And that is why in my message, maybe I should re-emphasize, I talk about the empowerment of youth or empowerment health nexus. We are here in a business forum, we're talking about the empowerment, we're talking about money matters, and I emphasize about the health aspect. So financial agency of young people, we cannot dissociate their health. So when youth economic stability is made available through their financial empowerment, then they will make informed decisions concerning their health, concerning their sexual and reproductive health, as well as their businesses. So what are we saying? The government, the United Nations and other partners, as you've heard from the responses, we are out to really support the young people. So the ball is in your court. And I remember Linda, in her introductory remarks for this forum, she mentioned, this is the Youth Business Forum. This Youth Business Forum is what? A marketplace for ideas, a marketplace for networking, and a marketplace for policy making. So young people, please network with the partners, with the financial institutions, with all the partners supporting you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Madam Tabifo. I know Dr. Ruswa wants to make an intervention. I'll also ask Mr. Chinamo then to also, as we wrap it up on this session, to also comment on the point that was raised by Andrew around the rural population. Tied to that, what ZIDA is doing, because most youths have then said they only get to know about ZIDA when they are already operational, when there are compliance issues that arise. What are you then doing to ensure to raise awareness, especially in marginalized areas where most underserved youths are?
Thank you. So for me, I'll answer to two questions. One from Andrew from Boera, where you are saying they are not seeing the services. As a regulator, we follow the whole of government approach, where there's a decentralization and devolution approach. I think we all know, start from the national, provincial PDCs, and also the DDCs. And this is not only on the political side of things, but even on business. We follow that protocol when we are engaging with entities. So, for Reach Out as a regulator, what we did, we used all the ZIM posts across the countryside that we knew that the youth may not have the computers, when you want to scan the documents, when you want to, all the ZIM cost entities across the country, you can access public procurement issues. Currently, we are working with POTRAs to use the communication information centers again across the country, so we can be accessible through that. Then, Madam Alice Chimombe from Junior Chambers were talking about information. Again, We are popularizing the digital platforms, especially as a regulator. If you visit our website, electronic government procurements, all the tenders which are currently running as we are sitting in here today, you can access them using this platform. So I felt we needed to appreciate again that we are using some of these channels for communication. Of course, there's room for improvement, but for starters, let's engage through those platforms. And especially for PRAS, you can go to our social media platforms, all of them, you can access us. And if any queries, please lodge them there, we can respond. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'll respond to the decentralization question in terms of investments. So I think there's something you've got to understand in terms of investment is that investments go where the opportunities are. Right? So as much as we want investments equally across the country, not all places have the same opportunities. So that said, I would also then add that if you look at the sort of investments we're driving of late, a lot of it is actually outside your city centers. We're talking of mining, we're talking of agriculture, and all of that is happening in undeveloped areas or in rural areas. The point I made in my presentation is that when those investments come to an area, it is our job, or it should be our job collectively as government, to ensure that local communities benefit as much as possible. So if a mine establishes in a place, if a processing plant is in a certain area, jobs created around that investment should be local. We should even go further, that even the suppliers of basic services and goods to that investment, to that business, should be from that area. So these are the things that I was saying earlier also, that if we take big multi-billion-dollar projects, we should, I think as a government, and it's something that I'm hoping that we can champion, to say that for this project to be approved by government, it must employ X number of the population, being youth. There must be apprentices for, this portion of the population. So I wouldn't say that we are not decentralized. I think the opportunities are there. But I guess the challenge that we have, and we do work with all rural district councils in the country, is to help them identify opportunities within their areas. And it's been a journey. I mean, they were not always, they all have projects, but they were not always bankable. So it's our job to ensure that they are empowered to create bankable projects. And once that happens, I think you will see investments. And if you actually look at our quarterly reports, investments are actually everywhere in the country. All provinces have investments, but obviously some have more lithium than others. And if investors want lithium, they obviously go to the place where the lithium is. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chinamo. A round of applause, yes, for our panelists. I'll ask our photographer to just come and take a group photo whilst I hand over the mic to the Honorable Minister, maybe for him to share his reflections on this just ended panel.
Thank you very much. I think it's important to continuously have these engagements, because they're going to help us developing and let our youth understand what is happening within the government institutions. But I want to, there was a complimentary, or there's a lady who spoke about proof of residence when it comes to collateral. I think it's a known fact that when we talk of youth, they don't have collateral. Yes. So we need to be clear to each other. If we talk of Youth Empowerment Bank, it's a bank for the youth that doesn't have houses. So we have to agree that the funds that we've launched today are going to be channeled to the rightful people, which are the youth without collateral. I want to believe that the chairperson for Empower Bank is here. The The CEO for Empower Bank is here, and we have to agree this. And the Reserve Bank is also here. We have been talking and talking, and the youth are complaining about Empower Bank. So we need to do the rightful thing when it comes to empowering our youth. It is now the time for you to go physically to the youth and see what they are doing. If one of our youth is doing a project, is doing something that is tangible, that must be the security. That must be the security. If you are a dog breeder, those dogs must be the security. He doesn't leave a house. If you are doing goats, fish farming, that is the security. Please, let's understand one another. They don't have houses. I think we need to come up with a policy that can also understand the situation that the youth have. I am a very good example. When I started my business, I started a very, very bad note. It was tough back then. And I was one of the deportees that was deported outside the country to come back to Zimbabwe. So you cannot tell me anything that I don't know. I know everything. But we need the support from the banks. We need the support from all the government institutions to say, look, we are dealing with the youngsters that cannot afford. We are talking of small loans. We cannot say we are giving you $50,000, $100,000 without collateral. It's fine. But for startup projects, loans, let's just start with small. $2,000, $3,000, $5,000, they can pay back. What I want to assure the banks is that these youngsters are capable of doing better than those that are in business. They are capable of paying back. It's one or two individuals who might have other interests, but what I know is we have got very intelligent young people that can deliver. So it is now your duty to give to the rightful people. Don't give to the wrong people to say, yeah, because Makati Regativa, because monopower civil to make it a failure. We'll come after you. We want you to do the rightful thing. And it must be a known fact that Machakaire's son is not the beneficiary of this. The president appointed me to be a minister, so I've benefited through the ministry. The permanent secretary's son mustn't be a beneficiary of this. The CEO's friend mustn't be a beneficiary of these funds. We'll come after you. Please, let's be transparent. Let's do the rightful thing so that every one of us can benefit from these funds. I also want to acknowledge and applaud the young man from Buera. Where are you? Well done. I think he's practicing to be a lawyer because the sections that he was quoting, I think he wants to become a lawyer. But they're from Buera. I know Comrade Chinotimba is there. I think he's pushing him to be vocal like him. But well done for your points, and I support whatever you've said. Now our issue is to deliver. My job as a minister is to locate where the funds are and unlock the funds to the youth, not adults. So, I think those that have lived with me know what I'm talking about. Mr. Ruswa, you know what I'm talking about. This is not a playing ground. Please, our young people are struggling for jobs. Let's create jobs for them. We need a whole of society approach. We need a whole of government approach to deliver the results that we want to deliver in support of the president's vision. Not Jizvano. Not kuti muskana wangu boyfriend yangu. Let's do the rightful thing. Tika jibata will expose you. My last words. I am not part of those that are doing the wrong things. I've always said this. I think Mr. Ruswa is one of my relative and neighbor from my constituents. I've once said this. I've never had a government tender and don't wish to have a government tender. There are so many opportunities that you can get without being in tenders. But if you've got an opportunity or identified something that can make you reach through the tenders, then well, that's fine. But I want to encourage you to build yourself from your ideas that you have. I want you to believe in yourself. When my father was working in Bulawayo, there's a time when he failed to pay my school fees, and I decided to go to Musha. It can happen to you. It has happened to you. So why can't you stand up from that stage and grow up? You can do it. I know you can do it. You are capable of doing it. You are the leaders of today. They are saying tomorrow. When is tomorrow? This is tomorrow. Let's do it now. I am one of those ministers who can stand up and vow to say, President Mnangagwa, what you have done for me, I really appreciate. If you wake up today and say, Machakaire, I'm putting someone else, I'm putting Kudakwashe Mpamanga, I'm okay with it. I don't want to be a beggar. You mustn't become a beggar. We have child marriages. We have because of becoming beggars. You are being abused because it's totally wrong. Let's do the rightful thing. You can do it. Don't hesitate. You can deliver. The president was in prison for 10 years. You are not in jail. For the 10 years, work hard, you get there. My comrades, this is the time for us to utilize this opportunity for us. I want you to deliver. I want you to become heroes of tomorrow through these initiatives. Zida itself can provide us with the real people to develop our country. So what we need to do is to sit down, come up with solutions so that we will just develop as one people. I know there's criticism, but out of this. So be part of them. God will lead you. God will bless you. I thank you.
I think maybe at this moment in time we should just request for an offering basket. Because Patauru wa shoko hapa, murune mrizo. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for reaffirming your ministry's commitment to ensure that the needs and demands of youths are met. We have seen government implementing a raft of reforms to improve the ease of doing business. We have seen levies, fees, and permits being reduced and slashed across various sectors, and we are confident that we will see those interventions where the youths are concerned. So another round of applause for the panel and the Honorable Minister. You may stand and come close to each other for a quick group picture whilst I invite my next panelists, or the next speakers rather, to come and take their position up front. I think just, yeah. But you need to stand close to each other. I think, yeah. All right, so, all right, the Honorable Minister would like to join in for that group picture. And indeed, we appreciate the insights that our speakers have shared. And as they have said, the agencies and what have you have an open door policy where you can get more information. I was going to recognize and honor my brother, the chairperson of the ZITF Company Board, Dr. Busisa Moyo, who has joined us. And I was going to be quick to say that he's my brother because I'm a Mamoyo. But when the minister then said, CEO, I will distance myself. He's just Dr. Moyo. Another round of applause for them as they take their seats. Allow me now to invite our next group of speakers, the UNDP Head of Exploration, Madame Ruvimbo Violet Katillo. Please appreciate her as she comes up front. Also joining this session from the Deposit Protection Corporation, Mr. A. Musadziruma. From the Insurance and Pensions Commission, IPAC, Mr. Lloyd Gumbo. And from the Securities and Exchange Commission, Madame Farai Mpofu. Please put your hands together as they come up. And then I will ask, so that we get first-hand appreciation of the issues that we're sharing this morning, to get some success stories around the financial inclusion agenda, allow me to invite Hlanjiwe Gumbo and Jonathan Dube. So these are young people that will give testament of the success stories of financial inclusion. Are they in here? All right. Please, Andoma Yuta Choganyazomambe Remaoko. All right, I would like to believe this is Jonathan, and okay, Hlanyiwe is here. All right, so please pay attention, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into this next session. So they will speak in the order that they are seated with, beginning with Madame Violet Katillo from UNDP.
Is it working? All right, thank you so much, Linda. At this point, allow me to recognize our Honorable Minister, Honorable Machakaire, the Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable Mpamanga, and at this point, allow me to say all protocol observed. Today, I stand here on behalf of the UNDP resident representative, Dr. Ayodele Odushola, who was here earlier on this morning, and I'm proud as one of the youthful voices within UNDP. I'm happy to be standing here to talk about something that is very important and dear to me, which is youth empowerment and Youth Connect. Let me begin by expressing sincere appreciation to the Ministry of Youth, the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, and all the partners who brought this event together. This platform comes at a critical time in Zimbabwe as we continue to strengthen efforts to expand access to finance for young people to enable them to start, grow, and sustain viable businesses. It is particularly encouraging to see such strong turnout of young entrepreneurs and young people in this room who came across Zimbabwe, which reflects both demand and the urgency of these conversations that we are having today. As UNDP Zimbabwe, our partnership with the Ministry of Youth extends across a broad range of initiatives aimed at unlocking opportunities for young people. These include investments in digital skills development through the Nyamuroro Digital Hub that we are currently setting up together with the Ministry of Youth, where youth training in coding, emerging technologies, skills development, and livelihoods would take place. In addition, we are supporting youth participation in agriculture through drone technology, climate-smart solutions, while creating platforms such as the AI and Innovation Week, which has engaged over 600 young people in exploring opportunities in artificial intelligence and emerging technologies. At the regional level, we are closely working with our partners so that Zimbabwe can participate at the Youth Connect Africa Summit, which is an opportunity that opens access to continental networks, partnerships, and investments for our youth. Today's gathering also comes at a critical time in Zimbabwe as we enter the initial stages of implementing a 5-year program that is focusing on enhancing capacities for young women and youth-led enterprises for regional trades to advance the AFCFTA vision of regional integration. The project seeks to build resilience and reduce poverty by strengthening the capacity of youth-led micro and small to medium enterprises to harness opportunities that are presented by the AFCFTA. It focuses on addressing key barriers to income generation, job creation, and enhancing entrepreneurship, innovation, financial literacy, and market readiness. At this point, allow me to introduce Youth Connect, a platform led by youth and for youth. It is within this context that the platforms like Youth Connect Africa become very critical and very important. And just to give you a background on what Youth Connect is, for those who are hearing Youth Connect for the first time, Youth Connect is a pan-African initiative co-led by governments, the African Union, and UNDP, which stands for United Nations Development Programme. This platform was designed to connect young people to skills, finance, entrepreneurship opportunities, and leadership platforms. Today, Youth Connect is present in 37 countries across Africa and has reached 12 million young people since the platform was established in 2012. And it has contributed to over 200,000 jobs. This year, as Zimbabwe, being led by the Ministry of Youth, we are planning to have a strong participation at the Youth Connect Africa Summit, which is going to be held in Rwanda. We want to make sure that we all move in numbers and we take center stage in dominating most of the key activities at Youth Connect Africa. The summit brings heads of states, investors, development partners, and thousands of youth innovators from across the continent. To give you just a sense of scale, I'm just going to share the numbers. In 2023, the Youth Connect Summit was held in Rwanda, in Kenya, and it brought over 16,000 participants in one room. So imagine when we're having one event and in one room, one location, you have got 16,000 youth voices from across Africa. That's what Youth Connect is like and what it represents. This is not just an event. Youth Connect is where African youth meets, policymakers meet, and contributes to global opportunities. Zimbabwe's participation this year is very important because it positions Zimbabwe as a member that is ready to host the Youth Connect Africa in the future. Zimbabwe is already a member of the Youth Connect network, and the focus now is how do we mobilize many young people, youth groups, to come together so that we all go to Rwanda and we represent Zimbabwe. The summit in 2026 presents Zimbabwe with unique opportunities to showcase youth-led innovations, youth-led SMEs, and also position Zimbabwe as a hub for innovation, entrepreneurship, and youth empowerment, and to attract investments and partnerships. So between now and Youth Connect Africa Summit, which will be held at the end of the year, what must be done to make sure that we have enough representatives who are going to participate? We need to fully have a coordination team that will be comprising of the Ministry of Youth, development partners, youth groups, private sector, all coming together. And we need to identify youth champions who are going to be participating and leading some of the initiatives that are going to be happening in Rwanda. We also need to strengthen financial inclusion ecosystems, closely working with financial institutions, and I'm happy Reserve Bank has been fully involved in this forum for us to be able to develop youth-friendly financial products, expand access to digital finance, startup capital, and having a blended finance mechanism. The forum itself is important in creating a bridge between young people and entrepreneurs and financial service providers. We need to build a strong national brand when it comes to Youth Connect, and we need to be able to share stories, scalable solutions, high-impact innovations, and market-ready SMEs. The call to action now is to the government. Let us institutionalize Youth Connect Zimbabwe as a national platform for youth empowerment. To financial institutions, let us design financial products that speak to realities and aspirations of our young people. To the private sector in this room, let's invest in youth not as corporate responsibility, but as core business strategy. And to the young people in this room today, this is your moment. Prepare yourself, be ready, innovate boldly, and position yourself to be able to participate at the Youth Connect Africa Summit. I am the youth coordinator for UNDP Zimbabwe, and I look forward to work with all of you to make sure that this year we participate in huge numbers at the Youth Connect Africa Summit. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much for those deliberations in terms of the Youth Connect from UNDP. Up next, allow me to call Mr. Musadzi Ruma from the Deposit Protection, promoting financial inclusion for the youth. Yeah, the mic needs adjusting.
No, it's fine. All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. My name is Alan Musadzi Ruma from the Deposit Protection Corporation, DPC. The name once again, Deposit Protection Corporation. So I'm going to be talking about how DPC contributes to financial inclusion, especially targeting the youth. Before I start my presentation, maybe by way of raising your hand, you can just show me how many of us have got a bank account? How many of us have got a bank account? Please, can I see your hands? Okay, so I think I've got a good audience. But I also noticed that quite a number of us do not have bank accounts. As DPC, that's one of the reasons we are here to talk with the youth, especially on the importance of having a bank account. I do understand there are quite a number of reasons why people they don't have a bank account, especially to the young adults. And as DPC, as part of driving financial inclusion, we try to raise awareness and encourage all the youth so that they can have bank accounts, especially those that do not have accounts. We had presentations here where you were being encouraged to participate in the public procurement. You're also being encouraged to access even funds from the banks. The youth fund was launched here, and for you to access the fund, you need to have a primary account. Now, if you don't have the account, how then are you going to be accessing or even enjoying the benefits of this fund? So I strongly encourage everyone here to open a bank account before you leave this room. I spoke to guys from Empower Bank. They're actually opening bank accounts. And I'm really, really encouraging every youth here to open a bank account with Empower Bank or even any banking institution in Zimbabwe. One of the reasons we have noted why people, especially the young ones, don't want to open bank accounts, they talk about bank charges to say that they don't want their money to be charged by banks. But I'm happy to say that banks, currently they are coming up with innovative product solutions where you can open a bank account at no cost, and it's called a low-cost transaction account. So I hope we are aware that these banks are opening these accounts where you are not charged, where they don't require all those stringent requirements. So you can actually approach any banking institution and then open your bank account. One of the other reasons why youths were saying we can't open bank accounts is because of fear. They fear that if I open an account, I put my money and the bank closes. What happens to my deposit? This is where DPC will come in. As Deposit Protection Corporation, we protect bank deposits. We protect the amount or the money that is in your bank. We are a government institution created through an act of parliament, which is by law. And we are under the Ministry of Finance, Economic Development and Investment Promotion. Our role as DPC is to protect bank deposits, not just for adults, but even for young adults, especially the youth like you. We are saying if you open a bank account today, you can deposit your money, you can withdraw your money, you are transacting. But let's just say the bank closes tomorrow. What happens to your money? So the government realized that fear, we need to address that fear, and they created the DPC, which is called the Deposit Protection Corporation, with a sole mandate of protecting your money and providing compensation in the event of a bank failure. So what am I saying? In simple terms, we are saying if you open a bank account with any bank in Zimbabwe that you choose, because all banks in Zimbabwe are members of DPC, and your bank closes tomorrow, you come to DPC, we will reimburse you money free of charge. So what is the cost for you to enjoy the protection from DPC? The good thing is that deposit protection is free for anyone in Zimbabwe. So you choose your bank, whether it's CBZ, whether it's Empower Bank, whether it's POSB, whether it's CAPS. As DPC, we are saying all banking institutions that are licensed by the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe. So the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe gives the bank a license to operate. Once they're given a license to operate, and then in the unlikely event the bank collapses, this is where as DPC we come in, we reimburse your money. So how do we promote financial inclusion as DPC? There is no deliberate exclusion in the provision of deposit protection. Whether you are a lady, whether you are a young man, as DPC we protect. Whether you are in the rural areas, whether you're in the urban areas, as DPC, your money is safe. So as DPC, we are saying to the young adults, do not fear opening bank accounts, because we are saying start at a young age, at an early age, to have a transactional account, to start saving your money, to start investing your money. And for you to be able to invest, to enjoy insurance, to enjoy securities, to enjoy loans, credit, you can only access all these benefits through the financial institutions if you have a bank account. So we are saying to the young adults in this room, you can also spread the message to your colleagues outside this room that let's open bank accounts, let's start projects, whether it's entrepreneurship, whether it's savings. We are saying no to mattress banking, no to putting money under the pillows. DPC is there to give you the guarantee, the assurance that in the event your bank closes, as DPC will compensate you free of charge. Now we provide what we call guaranteed compensation and compulsory membership. All banks in Zimbabwe, it's compulsory for them to be members of DPC. So there is no exclusion. We are not favoring one bank and excluding a small bank. So we are saying all banks equally, the playing field is equal and it's level for every player. So we are saying you can choose any banking institution that you want, and then you start transacting with the full knowledge that DPC is there to protect your money and also to compensate you in the event of a bank failure. Is that clear? To the youth, can you just raise if that was clear to you? Thank you very much. You can clap hands for me. All right. I'll give this time to Mr. Lloyd Gombo from IPEC to come and deliver his presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alan. So, good afternoon once again, and I will also ride on the protocols already observed. PS, thank you for the opportunity for inviting us to come and talk to the youth about insurance. So my presentation is going to focus on how insurance creates value for the youth, for young people. But I will start by introducing IPEC, the Insurance and Pensions Commission. We are a creature of statute to regulate the insurance and pensions industry. By regulating, we register, we supervise, and we monitor the activities of insurance companies and pension funds. Why this is important is because these are public funds. This is people's money, which insurance companies and pension funds collect. So it was felt that where there is no regulation, abuse is inevitable. So I want to tell you a story about Temba. That's Temba. He's 27. He runs a small poultry project. He's young, driven, and innovative. He started from scratch. He didn't have an inheritance. He didn't get money from the bank. He didn't get a loan for him to start his business. He had to start from scratch. And he was ready to conquer Zimbabwe. But as we all know, there is always a twist to the plot. So life happens. So there is Temba. We see the project that he was running. The unexpected reality. There was a disease outbreak, and that is what happened to his project. What happens with risk is it doesn't care your age, it doesn't care where you are coming from, it doesn't care your sex, it doesn't care whether you have money or not, it just happens. And sometimes, if you are not careful, just that one incident, it can take you back to ground zero. And the reality of the youth here in Zimbabwe, they dominate the MSMEs. They are the ones driving the MSME sector. They are the drivers of the informal sector. Yet, they are the least protected. We say we have the youth driving the economy of Zimbabwe through the informal sector, yet they are the least protected. One shock, like I said, it poses a real danger for the majority of the youth who do not have any safety nets in place. And over 70% of the Zimbabwean people who are in business, the informal sector, those who are in the formal sector, they are uninsured. Now I want to talk about insurance, what really insurance is all about. It's about protecting you. It guards your business against unforeseen events. We are all vulnerable to unforeseen events. We may be involved in an accident. Our business may suffer loss due to theft, to damage that may be caused. Maybe there is a power problem and our business is affected. With insurance, it protects you against all those eventualities. Insurance is also there to give you that credibility. Where business people, where the banks know that you are insured, it gives them assurance that as a business, you are prepared to be able to run a proper business, and they will be able to give you loan knowing that you have money, knowing that you have a business that's running. Then I also want to speak to the cash flow. If you have insurance in place, it helps you, even when things go wrong, when you suffer loss, insurance is there to take you back to where you were before that loss occurred. Then I also want to speak to growth. That's the growth opportunity which insurance. I hope you can still hear me. Okay, those are some of the risks that we come across. So, Dr. Moyo, we need to find an insurance solution to this risk. Okay, so we want to talk to the issue about growth, the growth opportunity that comes because you have insurance. You are reassuring the people that you are dealing with, if you have insurance, that you are running a proper business and that you will be able to continue running the business regardless of the circumstances that you may go through. The risks that you face as the youth, fire and proper damage. Whatever business that you run, there is a risk of fire, there is a risk of proper damage to that business. So if you are into poultry business, you have a risk of fire happening in that, wherever you are running your poultry business from. You have a risk of proper damage you know, with the rains, there is a risk that there may be a damage to the property. Then there is also theft and burglary. You may have your wares, your stock being stolen, but there is always insurance to protect you against that. There is also what is called business interruption. So with COVID, when COVID happened, so many businesses could not operate because you were not expected to travel if you didn't have the, what did we used to call it? What did we used to call it? There is a letter that you were supposed to get for you to move around during COVID. So if you didn't have that letter, you could not continue running your business. So that's the business interruption that could happen. And also, if anything were to happen to your business now, there is a possibility of that interruption happening, which means that you will not be able to continue running the business. Then liability claims. If you have a business, wherever you are operating from, there is a risk that the people, maybe your customers who are coming through to your business, something may happen to them when they come to your business, something falls on them and they get injured. So there are liability claims that may be raised against you. So that's one of the risks. Then health and accidents. We all know that you can fall sick, you can be involved in an accident. For those who are into agriculture, your crops or livestock may face risk around diseases or flooding or drought. Then we want to speak to how insurance then creates value. How insurance works is you pay a small premium together with the other people who are probably in the same line of business, and that money is pooled together. So we are taking from Dr. Moyo, we are taking from PS Mhlanga, we are taking from Alan. So all this money is pooled together. Why? So that if any eventuality, were to happen, Alan loses his business, there is a proper damage to his business, they will use the money that came from me, that came from the other policy holders to settle his claim, because the way things happen is there is never a point where you can all suffer loss, unless if it's agriculture and there is a hailstorm in the area where you are farming from. So that's the pooling of the resources, and then the claim is paid and you are able to quickly bounce back from the loss. So insurance, it helps you recover quickly. Insurance does not stop things from happening. It does not stop accidents from happening, but it helps reduce the impact of that loss, because you are able to quickly recover and get back to your business. Our commitment to financial inclusion for the youth. Number one, regulatory innovation. So as IPEC, as the Insurance and Pensions Commission, we have come up with what is called a regulatory sandbox. This regulatory sandbox, it speaks to our desire to see innovation around insurance and pensions, but we want to see that innovation in a controlled environment. This is where, as the young people, you can come through, you have an insurance solution that you think this is innovative, it will be able to address so many challenges that people face, the young people. So you bring that product, it's tested in a controlled environment where you cannot scale it before it has been approved. So once you have tested that product and we say it's perfect, you can scale it, you can then roll it out. So that regulatory sandbox, it will be opening again for the next cohort. It will be opening, I think, in May, after the 15th of May, we'll be calling for applications to participate in that sandbox. So if young people, if you have an idea around insurance which you are thinking of, which you think would be able to bring in solutions to some of the challenges that people face, please be free to participate in this cohort. You will be able to have your product tested. You can then scale it to insurance companies that are already operational. I also want to speak to microinsurance and micro-pensions, which are frameworks that we introduced as the regulator to allow for the licensing of dedicated microinsurance companies and micro-pension, which are provident funds.
So with these ones, the premiums are very low. These are targeted at low income and irregular income earners. You don't have to have regular income. We know MSMEs, sometimes income comes in drips and drops. So this microinsurance product, the microinsurance products that are offered by dedicated microinsurers, they are meant for you. Pension, we know retirement planning in Zimbabwe at the moment, it's focusing on those who are formally employed. But those who are in the informal sector, they also need to plan for retirement. That's where micro pension products also come into place. My point to the young people is don't just buy insurance, disrupt it. If you have an innovative idea, come through and say, I want to test this innovative idea so that we bring a solution for whatever segment, be it smallholder farmers, be it the MSMEs, be it women, whatever product that you have, please bring it to that sandbox so that it can be considered. My call to action is, let's start small. You don't have to have so much money for you to buy insurance or to insure your business or your wares. You can start where you are and you then scale depending on how you are growing your business. Work with licensed entities. The challenge with working with unlicensed entities is when you need them, you won't find them. We receive complaints of people who have dealt with entities whom they thought were licensed, and when they come through for us to assist them, we are unable to locate these entities because they are not licensed. Understand your policy. This is one of the difficult challenges, Permanent Secretary. People don't read the terms and conditions. Even when you are applying for a loan in the bank, you get the small print. You are all interested in the money. You don't want to read, but it's important for you to read the terms and conditions of the insurance policy so that you know what the policy is all about. Innovate, disrupt. Your hustle deserves protection. Lastly, for those who say I'm a God-fearing man or woman, I don't need to buy insurance because I'm protected. Yes, we agree. But also Proverbs 22 verse 3, it says a prudent person foresees danger and takes precaution. But the simpleton, they plunge in and they suffer the consequences. Don't suffer the consequences. Thank you.
You must really applaud Mr. Lloyd Gumbo for bringing the props. As soon as he started speaking, it rains, just to prove his point. Another round of applause for him. So as we get into our presentation from Dr. Mpofu, I will ask our youth representatives, they will present their testimonials in elevator pitch style. Just 2 minutes each for the two of you before we get into our last Q&A. So 2 minutes each. And up next, ladies and gentlemen, is Dr. Farai Mpofu, who is from the Securities and Exchange Commission of Zimbabwe.
Thank you very much, Linda. And first of all, let me ask if my presentation has been queued. I can't see it at the moment. I will need it, but I will only be running through 5 slides. Thank you. Secondly, thank you, Linda, for the elevation. I am not a PhD holder, but I appreciate the foresight in your comments. Thank you very much. So good afternoon, everybody, and my intention is to hopefully speak above the rain, but be very brief in my remarks. Permanent Secretary and your delegation, Deputy Minister, and all the colleagues who've spoken before me and those who will speak after me, thank you very much, because you've made my job considerably easier. Let me go to this slide. First of all, Securities and Exchange Commission is a regulator of the investment sector. The slide that you see displayed, and I appreciate that you can't see the detail given the size of our venue, but all of those categories represent licensed entities and funds, over 200 of them, which Securities and Exchange Commission regulates. This is an important slide for all of the people in this room because these are the various conduits or instruments that you can use to participate in the investment sector in Zimbabwe. And all of these players are available to you, especially the youth, to facilitate the processes that you need to take in order to become participants in the economy of Zimbabwe. So I know that the presentations that went ahead of mine may have left you asking yourself to say, but then how do I do it? How do I participate? How do I become an investor? How do I use my small surplus and introduce that into the capital market where it can create more money for me? Or how do I introduce my small business into a sector that can assist me to find more capital for my business? These are amongst the entities that can assist you. Amongst them are stockbrokers, for example, financial advisors. We also have the depository, which takes care of all the account opening issues that my colleague was speaking about, but in a banking framework. Ours would be an investment framework. I'm going to run through my presentation because I'm very alive to the fact that it's been a long morning, a very helpful and fruitful morning, but I think attention spans are waning and possibly stomachs are grumbling. So I'm going to run through it. Thank you, youth. I know you appreciate that. So one of the aspects that my colleagues would not have touched on, which is what I want to touch on briefly, is that of internal mobilization of resources. The money which I saw a young man come forward and hand over to the minister is money which is sufficient to actually invest in some of the companies, particularly on the Zimbabwe Stock Exchange. There are counters there, or stocks or shares there, that are below 10 ZiG a share. I know that the people sitting in this room can probably start investing today if you download the C-Trade app onto your phone or the ZSC Direct app onto your phone. And with less than 100 ZiG, you can commence your investment journey. And I'm delighted that we had acting governor of the Reserve Bank, Vamache, who was with us earlier, and he showed us the currency that we should be investing in and the denominations thereat. So we are in good shape to begin our investing journey. The slide simply is speaking about the surplus units, the money you have in your pocket, and making use of that to provide it to companies that are existing or companies that the youth in this room will form in the future. Provide them with working capital, and those companies in turn will create fresh companies, job opportunities, infrastructure investments, which will fuel economic growth. These are just some of the products that you find in the investment space. I won't dwell on these because I know that these presentations in one form or another will be made available to you. But what I wanted just to touch on, and I'm so privileged to be sitting next to and speaking ahead of someone who I saw on a video this morning speaking about her garment making business. And coincidentally, my slide is about a young woman who grows her business from a single machine, which is exactly what you spoke about, and I will not steal your thunder, into a vibrant commercial entity. The difference is the ability to raise capital, and the difference is the ability to raise well-priced and capital that is well-timed to suit the activity that you'll be embarking on. And as the rain is coming back, I'm going to do a quick sprint and say, one of the capital market players has a solution for SMEs, for youth SMEs, and it's called the GEM portal. They provide a matching portal where your idea, the stage at which you have arrived at with your idea, can receive matching capital to accelerate the growth of that activity. So when you Google this afternoon or this evening, please go to GEM portal under FinSec, one of the exchanges which we regulate, and see what solutions are available there for you. I also want to just expand very briefly on a point made by my colleague Lloyd earlier, and also by other speakers who alluded to the ability of youth to see the future and to innovate for the future based on their lived experiences. And what we are seeing as a commission in our own regulatory sandbox, where you are invited to test your ideas in a controlled environment, as Lloyd said, where you can ensure that your solution before it goes public is safe, is profitable, and also is compliant with the rules of the land. We are seeing a lot of solutions coming through by way of financial inclusion, peer-to-peer lending activity, equity crowdfunding, which again was alluded to earlier, regulatory technology products, and finally digital currency solutions. But I do defer to our colleagues at Reserve Bank, where the monetary policy would guide us further on those issues. I think this might be my final slide, which is talking about education, and here I'm leaning on my sisters who spoke about the 4 pillars, from what I recall from your presentation, and one of those 4 pillars was education, and the Commission has invested with assistance from the Ministry of Primary and Secondary Education and Curriculum Development Unit in capital market information based on a handbook written by Zimbabweans for Zimbabweans, where we have summarized a very comprehensive book of over 200 pages, very informative for the academically minded. But we've summarized it to make it more accessible. We've also translated it into Shona and Isindebele and into Braille in order for us to include those of us who are abled in different ways. Thank you. And in the process, we've digitized this information. It is available via our websites and our social media platforms. And in addition, the Commission welcomes forum to engage in this nature and ensure that you are educated about the investment options available to you. So because we are a Commission, what I'm telling you and what we do by way of education is free. So, Permanent Secretary, we invite all the bodies that are associated with yourselves to please consider bringing us in to your environment so that we educate, we inform, we empower, and also we provide gateways to capital for the youth. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Madame Farai, for sharing those insights. And please have your questions ready, ladies and gentlemen, for our panel. And we will now have a youth testimonial. You have 2 minutes, Madam.
It's okay. Good morning. All protocols observed. My name is Sanjwe Gumbo from a Legend Clothing Company in Blawayo. We are a clothing manufacturing company of protective clothing, corporate wear, sporting, kitchenware, and school uniforms. And we supply schools, we supply church, companies, and even individuals. Our journey hasn't been easy, but it has been made possible by Comfort and Ministry of Youth. Ministry of Youth has helped us through exhibit ama products ethu. Sihambe siye exhibit kuma business expos, and we now have customers as far as Victoria Falls. Comfort has made our journey possible also through ama grants, through ama loans to sustain our businesses to lokuthi siwakhulise, and also through ama tenders to supply ama school uniforms to their schools abawa supplier. And siyabonga kakhulu nge-support from Comfort Zimbabwe, from Ministry of Youth. Ijeni yethu ibingeke ibe kulesi stage without you. They say, support the youth, secure the future. Thank you.
All protocols observed. I only have 2 minutes. Hallelujah. Are we together? Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Dube, a boy from deep down Zishavane, Mabasa village, a village known as Muvengiwa. There's nothing much there. There was no vision, nothing to promote just a boy like me. But there is a time when I had confusion because of what people speak or say. Policies, they come, but they come for us all. Many people are blocked for big things because of statements in the streets saying youth empowerment, Empower Bank. They classify Empower Bank into a certain bracket, not as a government thing. Then one day I said, let me visit Empower Bank. That's when my life changed. I visited Empower Bank to apply for a loan to start a business. The only business that I knew was selling freezes at a bus terminus. But my life was changed when they appreciated my application and they to give us money to start a business. We started milling company that is called Imela. Imela means thank you. When we started, we only produce 5 tons per shift. So we had to continue working with what was there, and our first workforce was 4. That includes me, my wife, my brother. So that was our first workforce. Then we had to work from nothing, only from support from the bank, right? So we worked until we had to grow. You can see on the pictures. We had to grow and grow. Now we are at a capacity of milling around 140 tons per shift. That's, so I'm here just to encourage you. I don't have much time, but I want to encourage you. When policies are made, they are for us. Don't be fooled that this thing is, as for me, I was fooled that Empower Bank was a ZANU-PF thing until I entered in and see that it can benefit everyone. Zimbabweans' policies are for you. Embrace them and your life will never be the same. As you see, Imela Milling now also produces rice, a lot of things. I don't have much time to share, but I want to appreciate Ministry of Youth and Empowerment for they assisted us by giving us also projects to supply them with milling. We now supply the whole of Zimbabwe with milling. And you also, you say Imela. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing those testimonials. We'll now open the floor for questions. We've had a presentation from UNDP, from the Deposit Protection Corporation, from IPAC, from SECZIM, and those 2 testimonials. I see some hands up. And also as the mics are moving, just try and balance. Lady, gentleman, lady, gentleman. Introduce yourself and tell us who you're directing your question to.
Greetings to you all. My name is Andrew Mubengwa, and I'm from Victoria Falls, and I'm a young farmer aged 19 doing the livestock breeding. And my question goes direct to the insurance company, direct to Mr. El Kumbo. I wanted to ask, what is the difference between car insurance and business insurance? Since we usually see if most people are engaged in accidents or in car accidents, there is no insurance payback to someone who has been engaged in an accident. So my question is, what's the difference between business insurance and a car insurance? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Andrew. Do we have a lady somewhere? Okay, wherever the mic is, you can stand and introduce yourself. Whoever has the mic, go ahead.
Hello. Hallelujah. Mubuto. Minita. Mubudo. Moja. Dabati. What did you? Maboboa adolela tinutetu. Maboboa adolela tinutetu. Ididodawo.
We appreciate his efforts in posing a question. We are just trying to locate our sign language colleagues to assist us. All right, so in the meantime, we'll take some more questions and we'll go back to the gentleman.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vuyelwa Dabengwa. I am a farmer in Dabazinduna. My question is going to the insurance company. Are there any insurance products in Zimbabwe that can be used as a risk guarantee for agricultural financing?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Noma Sonto. My question is not going to the panel that is in front of us, but to the Honorable Minister. It is said that charity begins at home, and as young people, our home learning environment is the school. My question or comment is that why are we as young people not allowed to trade in schools? Because I believe that is a learning environment for learning business ethics and all other trading procedures. But the school environment, which is meant to incubate the young person in business, doesn't allow for any business dealings within young people for them to learn how to trade and do business. They only allow for academics. Honorable, if it's possible, may you allow young people to learn how to do business in school environment? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you. So my name is Lawson Kiwatiwai. I am a Zizo Motion Pictures board member, and I'm also the CEO of Pinforge Investments. So my question is directly linked to IPEC, Mr. Lloyd Gumbo, right? I'm looking at how IPEC last quarter flagged 19,493 policy accounts which are not taken up. Now that presents a potential gap within the connected economy, and that gap worth 4.6 million ZiG. So I'm asking myself, who sold those policies, right? The people who sold the policies now, the policy agents, are 45-year-old policy agents who sit in an office on a 9-to-5 and wait for a pay slip. Then their intended target is a 22-year-old vendor, airtime vendor, a 23-year-old police officer, a 40-year-old teacher. Then I'm looking at the possible link, and I recognize that the only thing that's not adding up is this is not a lack of demand, because insurance is of course a necessity, but it is mismatched. So a youth startup now emerges, right, willing to pilot a program, a 2-day program on training youths on how to convert training to sales, right? Youths to close the gap in that connected economy, youths to be employed in that connected economy. Then the main question now is, what ideal are they chasing when they look for a youth partner who has identified that gap and is willing to work towards that innovative idea? Thank you.
My name is Tatenda. Gutwa umdwana ongakhaliyo ufela embeleweni. Right, this is just a statement directed to the Ministry of Youth. Then I have a question for the lady from Youth Connect. Well, as young people, we have been crying a lot, and it has been difficult, Especially if you're a young person who has started a business, it is difficult for you to actually get the money to start the business. I offer thanks to Empower Bank to actually coming in and helping us with these loans. And we hope and we pray that these funds will be used to help youths who have started businesses. Because we live in an environment where it's just those who are connected that get those funds. We have people that have started these businesses and want funds to actually grow those businesses. Right, so we pray that we have those funds to those that deserve them, not because someone is politically connected. Right, then my question towards the young lady, sorry to call you young lady, you're the youngest of them all, so you talked about Youth Connect, and there are a lot of young people here who are interested in Youth Connect. My question is, how do we become a part of Youth Connect so that we can also connect with young people around Africa?
All right, so I think we've had a considerable number of questions. I will just ask us to stay put. I know our meal tickets for lunch are in circulation as we are about to wrap up. And I know Madam Violet will be chuffed to be told that she's the youngest person on that panel, when in fact she's not, but I'll not steal that thunder from her. I'll allow our panelists to respond to the issues that have been raised.
Thank you very much, Linda. I will first answer Andrew's question relating to the difference between motor vehicle insurance and business insurance. I do get the import of your question. You say motor vehicle insurance, when one is involved in an accident, the claim is not settled. So what I just want to underscore is that insurance companies are in the business of paying claims. They are required to pay claims, but there is a qualification to that in the sense that the claim has to be valid. How is the claim valid? Have you met all the conditions of the policy? For instance, have you paid the premiums that, when they were due? Have you not done anything that's not aligned with the terms and conditions of the policy? For instance, was the vehicle being driven by someone who is licensed to drive the vehicle? If all those questions have been answered and if you have met all those requirements, there is no justification for any insurance company to refuse to settle the claim. In fact, we used to receive complaints where there were delays in the settlement of claims. We then, as the regulator, intervened by coming up with a circular, which is Circular 3 of 2024, which prescribes that whenever a claim has been raised, the insurance company is expected to communicate to the policyholder within 7 days whether the claim has been accepted, it has met all the requirements. And after they have done that, they are then required to pay within 3 days. So you have 10 days in total. We used to have complaints around, insurance companies taking long to settle the claims. So if you have any complaint against any of our regulated entities, insurance companies, whether it's motor vehicle insurance, it's funeral companies, it's life companies, please raise those complaints with us. We'll be able to assist you because we expect that insurance companies pay claims when they are due. Insurance is a business of promise, and the promise has to be met. Without meeting the promise, it affects the confidence in insurance. So the expectation is that claims are settled on time. In terms of business, it's the same. Once you have met all the requirements of the insurance policy, for instance, if the claim is as a result of the insured event, the expectation is that the insurance company pays. They shouldn't try to find excuses of not paying. If you have challenges around that again, we have an office here in Bulawayo, which is a dedicated complaints handling office at Bulawayo office, at the Bulawayo Center, where we have that office since 2018 to handle complaints that may come up. But if you need more information, we have our colleague where there is an iPad banner at the back there. They will be able to assist you more. Then, Vuyelwa, I hope I heard your question clearly. you were asking about whether the insurance policies for agribusiness. Okay. Yes. So agriculture, there is commercial agriculture. For commercial business, those businesses, they already know that they insure. They know the risks that they face. They already insure. Where we had a challenge is the smallholder farmers who did not or do not have adequate information with respect to the importance of insurance, how insurance can help mitigate the risks that they face, especially now with climate change. So what we did, again, in the past, the regulator was expected to be just there to protect the consumers. To say we are there to protect policyholders. But now the world has changed. As regulators, we are also expected to be developmental. So in our case, as IPEC, we spearheaded the introduction of what we call agriculture index-based insurance, which is specifically for smallholder farmers. With this kind of insurance, it can be area yield. Area yield will say farmers in a particular area, we measure how much have they harvested. So it's based on an index. So we say farmers in Nkai, in a particular district in Kai, we say you are expected on average to harvest 2 tons per hectare. In the event that you harvest you harvest less than 2 tons per hectare, it immediately triggers compensation. You are immediately paid. We also have the weather index insurance again, which speaks to the amount of rainfall that you receive in a particular area. So if we say in Jombe, they are expected to receive, let's say, 500 millimeters of water, of rain, and they receive more than or less than 20% of that expected rain, it immediately triggers compensation again. So with this one, it reduces the cost of insurance because the insurer does not need to come on the ground to see the farmers to say, okay, these farmers, I will insure them. This is what you will pay. They can do it off-site. Even the compensation itself, the weather report will immediately trigger, because the moment we are told that they have received 700, already it affects your crop. Or if you received less than 500, it affects your crop. So that again is the insurance product that has been introduced. So we started with a pilot in Goromonzi in 2023-2024 agricultural season. We had 1,000 farmers who participated in the pilot. They paid a premium of $15 because of the El Nino-induced drought. They did not harvest. So they were paid, they received $60 each, of those farmers. After having paid $15, they then received a compensation of $60 after the El Nino-induced drought. So we have since scaled that to the 8 rural provinces, 1 district per province, because we are still testing it. We want to see how viable it is. So we have since scaled it, and we are hoping that what we have been doing is we have been engaging government, Deputy Minister Mpamanga, we have been engaging government to say for the support that government gives to smallholder farmers, you should consider also subsidizing the premium for the smallholder farmers so that they don't resort to government for social welfare or for more inputs, because the insurance payout will then cover, the loss that would have occurred. So I think I have answered you on that one. Lastly, on the innovation, we are looking for innovative ideas. People will be able to come up with insurance solutions for the problems that people face. In countries like Kenya, they have products that they sell even for a passenger. To say someone is boarding a bus from Harare to Bulawayo, they buy that insurance product for just that journey, which is 6 hours journey. They also do insurance even for mobile phones. Young people love their phones a lot. So you can actually insure your mobile phone So these are the kind of ideas that you can come up with that address the challenges that people face. So insurers or the regulator sandbox is looking at those ideas which can be tested, and once validated, you can then take them to the insurance companies and say, I have this product, we can sell it. Thank you.
All right, I'll try to speak up. I hope you can all hear me. Thank you so much for the question. I think Tatenda, I hope I captured your name very well. So for you to participate, the platform is free and open for every young Zimbabwean. But I think what we need to do is creating a national coordination task force, which is, will be led by the Ministry of Youth. And I think between now and the next Youth Connects Africa Summit, we need to be more active on social media and any other platforms that allow us to share information with different youth groups for more young people to participate. And I also want to emphasize that this is not only for youth in urban center areas, but we need to be reaching out to other youth in different parts of Zimbabwe. So I think our challenge or our task as we leave as ZITF is to sit down with the Ministry of Youth to make sure that we start having a plan that allows us to share information for awareness, for people to know what is Youth Connect, what is our mandate, what are we supposed to be doing in terms of preparation, and also to make sure that we have a list of all the youth that will be participating at Youth Connect. I'm always available for interaction and for you to ask further questions. And I also think that we have a lot of Ministry of Youth colleagues who are also here. You can ask further questions, and I'm also happy to share my contacts after the panel discussion so that you can also reach out to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Violet. And as we call it a wrap, the question that was asked by my brother there was if the ministry can intervene. They are running battles between some youth vendors, and they wanted the ministry to assist ensuring that municipal police don't chase them from the places where they are selling. So as the Deputy Minister responds, I'll then also just ask him to share his reflections as we wrap up this panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is a much harder panel than the one before. I was doing a lot of learning, especially in regards to insurance and the opportunities there. Maybe to start with my brother at the back there, who was talking about the issues to do with council. I think that is a compliance issue, because for you to be able to trade as a vendor, you need to have a license to trade there. So it will be difficult for us as a ministry to then tell you to trade without a license. But what we can do is that the Zimbabwe Youth Council, I think earlier it was alluded to that Zimbabwe Youth Council is our implementation agency that allows for young people to become compliant, allowing you to get the licensing and the paperwork needed for you to be able to trade, and also to be able to secure safe trading spaces for young people. Already with their partnership with companies registry, they are able to expedite company registration for young people, because we found that that was a big issue for young people, that they want to do business and they go to companies registry and they don't know where to move around. It takes them so long. So ZYC then came up with this initiative. So for young people who are registering companies, and I think it will also apply to vendors, because for you to be a vendor, you need a vending license to be allowed in a space that is allocated by council. So for those two, young people we can do that through ZYC. I think there was another question that came, I'm not sure, it was something to do with trading in schools. Allowing young people to trade in schools, and I'm not sure what you meant by trading. Maybe that one, we can have that question come again, and we can answer it in the next session to exactly what they mean. But in terms of having practical knowledge to allow to young people to learn business skills while they're in school, that's exactly what we do at our vocational training centers. We teach skills that are practical for use outside that, whereby if you're not in employment, you can create employment, as well as the new curriculum under Education 5.0, which encourages heritage-based learning, and I'm sure we can answer that through that, but I would want to hear that question again. As for the panel discussions that were happening here, I'd like to thank you in terms of teaching us about insurance. Because for a lot of young people, and not just young people, people in general, when you start with your business and you start with your idea, insurance is the last thing you think of. You never think that it's going to rain too much on your 1 hectare of tobacco. You never think there'll be a hailstorm. You never think when you got your Uber that you're going to have a car accident and you have no insurance. Because one accident, that's it, you're out of business. So I think what you have educated us on is the need for young people to look for insurance. But we want you to go a step further. We need products that are specifically catered to young people. Because what you gave us there was generalized or generalistic. This is how the insurance industry works. But we need a product for young people in Zimbabwe who are starting out their businesses and they don't know. So I think it comes in the range of financial literacy as well. But we need products from you that speak to our youth. But still, nonetheless, we learned a lot. I think on issues to do with Youth Connect, there are opportunities that are there for young people to travel to Rwanda to showcase their talents and what we are doing here in Zimbabwe. We are also going to bid to host that. So I was just sitting here next to my brother, and who is the chairman of the ZITF board, and he was saying that I hope when we are hosting you don't take that to Harare, because we hosted you here. We want Youth Connect to come to Bulawayo. So we'll see if Bulawayo is ready to host that one. I think it will be a good thing to host an international event here in Bulawayo, in the city of King and Queens. But that will be determined over time. But as for young people, there's access to see what Youth Connect is about on the websites, on the UNDP websites, and what will be happening there. And I'm particularly happy with the comments that were made, which are about private sector, in terms of private sector supporting the youth. We don't want private sector to support the youth under corporate social responsibility, where they are mandated by government to support the youth, and then they buy some footballs and say we've supported the youth. We need deliberate action from private sector. We need them to say, you are making your money, and we are happy that you are making your money. But what exactly are you doing for the youth? So that young people also have opportunities within that industry. And I think we've been working closely with our developmental partners to try bring private sector on board. We do have private companies that are working with us. And maybe to the inspiring young people that are there, thank you for your stories. I hope you inspired some young people out there. Unfortunately, I don't know you, my sister, but Imela, I know. I have watched him grow. When he was saying what he was saying, he's telling the truth. You know, when we came a few years ago, the stage that you were at, and I think it was last year that I came to visit your factory, I couldn't believe how much you have grown. And this man here is an example of a young man who puts his mind to something, works hard. This guy wasn't looking for handouts. This guy was willing to work, and he was given a chance. And I think it's important that financial institutions, we give young people a chance, especially those willing to work hard. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister Mpamanga. Will request you to go up front and join our panel for a group photo before they take their seats. Can we have our photographers ready for this group photo as you give them a thunderous round of applause? And as has been said by almost all the speakers, they are at your disposal, so the conversations, the questions don't have to end here. You can always engage them outside this platform. So as they pose for their pictures, that is Alan there from the Deposit Protection Corporation, Madam Violet from UNDP, Lloyd from IPAC, the Honorable Deputy Minister, Hlenjiwe, Madam Farai from SEXIM, and Jonathan. Another round of applause for them as they take their seats. So this is it, ladies and gentlemen, the conversations that have happened. We are now getting into our last 15-minute discussion before we call it a day and head for lunch. But allow me also to recognize, I notice the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee Chairperson on Industry and Commerce, Honorable Clemens Chidua, is in our midst. We honor and recognize you, Honorable. Thank you very much for coming through. Allow me now to invite our last panel for the day at this Youth Business Forum. Please help me welcome Executive Director of the Africa Economic Development Strategies, AEDS, Professor Gift Mugano. Please put your hands together as he comes forward. And I will ask representatives from the following financial institutions to please come up quickly. A representative from CBZ Bank, AFC Land and Development Bank, FBC Bank, and Empower Bank. So this will be our last panel for the day. But in the interest of time, as most of the discussions we've had before, I will ask our reps from our banks, they will have just 2 minutes each, because you are standing between us and our lunch. So we will just give you 2 minutes each to make your presentations before we get into our last Q&A. These are the money people, ladies and gentlemen, so have those questions ready. We'll start with Prof. Mugano to give us his 3-minute presentation. Please appreciate him as he goes to the podium.
Good afternoon to you all. Youth, you must be fired up. Good afternoon. Wonderful. Your minister is fired up, your deputy minister is fired up, your PMSEC is fired up, and you are not fired up. Why? Hallelujah. Thank you. Okay. For me, it's an honor to be here, and let me write on existing protocols. Mine is call to action, and I have 3 points to make. But before I make my 3 points, I just want to reaffirm to the bankers who are here the context in which we are, because I know you. I've done a lot of research around how rigid banks are in giving money. Maybe you correct me when you present it, maybe have changed from rigid to flexibility. But I want to say that we have a demographic structure where 72.2% of the population is the youth. This is Zimstats. People say above 60, it's 72.2% is the youth. And that's your market. So you are focusing more on the 28% of the population, some of them not even in the working class. So your market is 72.2%. And this is the market in which you are asking for collateral, brick and mortar, and you are asking for cash flows of 6 months before you give them the loan. I have a great idea to do business. I used to sit on the board of Zimtrade. Anyway, in an instance where a youth went for trade fair and secured an order to supply in DRC And the banks said, we want 6-month cash flow. How do I get a 6-month cash flow to present when I have an order and Zimtrade is part of the deal and there's evidence, and that's what we call order finance and trade finance. So I think that we need to revolutionalize our banking system and our mindset. What we learned 20 years ago might not apply today. So it's a challenge I'm giving the banking sector. Now, what are the contemporary financing models which the banking sector can use which is my first point, to also avoid the risk and exposure which comes with the lending? Value chain financing, using anchor companies, right? There are companies which are in the contract farming. There are companies which are giving orders to, we had Zimplats yesterday here, who are working with young people in the communities. But we don't see much. I did the research across all the countries. I'm speaking from evidence. The banks are a bit more shy to go and take the risk and be participating in the value chain financing models. There's no risk there. Because there's an aggregator, there's an anchor company. If Dairy Board, for example, is contracting young people to supply a service, and the young person want to get money from the bank, it should be easy because there's an aggregator. I had my personal experience last year. I got an order, I'm into butcheries. So I went to the bank and said, I want money. There's a company which wants these quantities of meat. And they said they want 6-month cash flow. But I said, I have an order. And there's nothing to lose there. The company wrote a letter to say, if you pay him, we are going to pay him through your bank. Hallelujah. So where is the risk? Where do I need collateral? So that's where the challenge is. We need to revolutionize our mindset. But I want to challenge also government to say, make a law which will compel everyone to allocate empowerment, related financing and procurement to youth, full stop. There's nothing called moral suasion sometimes. So we work on moral suasion. My brother, Dr. Rousseau, was here, was presenting. I did not see this threshold for procurement for the youth. I saw more like an aspirational statement from the Act. We must stipulate it. And I have the privilege, because I'm now the chairman of National Local Content Committee. So we shall push for that as well through the Ministry and also Ministry of Industry and Commerce and Ministry of Youth as well. And the Speaker of Parliament also said that we should petition Parliament if there's no compliance on procurement. So we shall petition Parliament as AEDS. But I want to end by saying, the Honorable Minister is not here, but he said something which I think I want to explain it again. The Honorable Minister said his father failed to pay school fees and he went to the rural areas. He did not finish the statement, but because I am an elder in the church, I can prophesy. And I want to tell you the good story about that. I teach youth, young people in churches about business. I teach them in various forums who calls me about business. And a lot of them have said we have no access to capital. I said there's no one without capital. There's what is called social capital. So young people, you have a social capital. If you come from Chimani, you are known that you are gift from Ghana, you come from Dima area, and if you go there, there's capital. If you go there during the farming season, the rain season, you'll be given the seedlings for sweet potato by grandmothers. And you grow sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes, yes, and you sell them in Mbari, and you make money. So I challenged one young man 5 years back that you have capital, go home. You must fight a demon called the pride. Because when you go home, they will laugh at you that you could not stay in Harare. So you must just close your ears, focus on going to do a project. Remember, we have 8 provinces in Zimbabwe, 10 provinces, and 8 are rural. And you want to spend your time in 2 urban provinces because you are afraid of being laughed at by people because they've gone home. So this young man, I told him, go home, go and do livestock, go and do agriculture, you will make money. You know what happened? He phoned me in November 2020. This is my last point. November 2024. I was in Durban, in South Africa. He told me I bought a house in Graudina. I'm driving a combi, I'm supplying a pockets in Harare every week. And guess what I was doing? I was busy squatting there in Durban. And I came back. The one I told was telling me the results which I don't have. I was suffering in Durban, so I came back. So you must go home. You must have a fighting spirit as young people. You must have resilience. You must never cry. You must never blame the banks because of a big bank in your rural area. I thank you.
So the reason I'd asked Prof. Mugano to start with, I knew he would provoke the banks, talking about rigidity and this and that. So we'll have our bankers, please stick to your 2 minutes, otherwise you'll speak to an empty conference hall. Thank you. And have those questions ready. Like we said, these are the money people.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maureen Marimirofa. I represent CBZ Bank. And Prof, thank you very much for the provocations. We have not changed an inch. No, I'm just kidding. We really have changed. I think the bank that you were referring to is long gone. But as CBZ Bank, I just thought I would just share with you who we are. CBZ Bank is actually part of a diversified financial services group owned by CBZ Holdings. And the group has a number of entities under it, including insurance, agribusiness, banking, asset management, and properties, amongst others. And I just wanted to highlight that our focus is not on just opening accounts, but it's actually on building businesses. And we're doing this through 3 pillars, essentially. One is access to finance, and I'm happy I'm with the group that actually requires the finance. The second one is digital enablement, and the third one is market access. I am going to focus on 3 entities within the group so that I just am on point in terms of my presentation. Since Madam Director of Ceremonies has been very generous with her time, I'm going to focus on our agro-yield entity. The agro-yield entity initially started off as just an entity that was giving inputs. And again, this is still available for use that are actually in farming. So if you're farming and you're looking for inputs, we're able to assist you with that. But what we then realized was that for a lot of farmers, because whether they're young or old, at times they don't have the inputs to fund their farming activities, but having grown their crops, they also do not have the market. So what we've done at CBZ under the agro-yield entity is we've come up with an end-to-end value chain where we fund you from the cropping activities. And once you have harvested, if you do not have the logistics to be able to move from your farm or where you're carrying out your farming activities to the market, we'll be able to assist you with that. We also identified that amongst the farmers, there are some that will actually go into farming and will have a crop that they have at the end of the day, but they do not have a market. So again, we are able to connect you with a buyer for certain crops. So if you're looking at key crops like maize, if you're looking at wheat, if you're looking at soya, we are able to link you with the buyers at the end of the day. The second group that I wanted to actually talk to was what we call our cross-border trading, which might be amongst one of the issues that youth will be looking at. I'm happy to say that as CBZ Bank, we have partnered with Afrexim Bank. I'm happy Madame Violet spoke about the Africa Trade, the Continental Free Trade Area. And through the Afrexim partnership that we've had as CBZ Bank, we have created or come up with the African Trade Gateway that also again links buyers to sellers. What it actually does is it facilitates cross-border payments and trade finance. It also provides foreign currency support mechanisms. We also offer structured financing aligned to trade cycles. I must say through this partnership with Afrexim Bank, as CBZ Bank, we've actually established a trade and working capital division within the corporate banking unit, which specializes in coming up with trade-related facilities. I also want to then highlight, as I go through this presentation, to say that I know for a lot of youth, you've talked of having an order, you've got a large corporate or a large entity that you are supplying, and the request has always been, we do not have the funding to be able to execute the orders that we have. Under the Trade and Working Capital Department, we've got what we call reverse factoring. So essentially what we're doing is the facilities on the entity that you're going to be supplying, and they are the ones that then clear you and onboard you. Once they are happy with you, we are happy to provide the funding. So, Doc, we have evolved. Again, through the Africa Trade Gateway, we're also creating market linkages across Africa. This gateway is not just limited to the Southern African region, but it's also across Africa. So if you've got products that you're supplying and you're looking for a market, or you want to actually import, whichever way, either importing or exporting, we're able to then assist you through this platform. I also then wanted to just highlight the fact that I think the Reserve Bank presenter spoke to the aspect of the savings products and the current accounts that is there. I just wanted to highlight that as CBZ Bank, we are running a promotion where you can actually save for a period of 3 months. The interest rates that you're actually earning on those savings is between 1 to 4%. And what we do is that creates a commitment or a record of what you're able to do. So on the basis of that investment or that savings that you've made, we then can be able to offer you a loan.
Thank you very much, Madam Maureen. I'm going to have to cut you short. We knew this would turn into an advertising campaign. That's why we limited you to 2 minutes each. A round of applause for her as she takes a seat.
As I just conclude, Madam Linda, it's just to say that as CBZ, we're here to partner you, and we're simply saying to the youth that are here, this is an opportunity to change your life, to change the trajectory of how you are progressing. For us, we're saying that don't go where there's a path, but go where there's no path, because we are here to partner you for success for trailblazers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Deputy Minister, distinguished guests. I'm going to write on the protocol already observed. I was looking forward to my slides there. There were lots of them, but I'm just going to focus on 3 in the interest of time. So I am Priscilla Munyeza, the Managing Director for AFC Land and Development Bank. AFC Holdings, as we know it, is a banking group which has got 4 subsidiaries. The first subsidiary is AFC Commercial Bank, which was the agri-bank that you knew. So that is a fully fledged commercial bank which is able to deliver on all retail products that you require. Within that stable of companies, there is also AFC Land and Development Bank, which is where I come from. It's a developmental financial institution, so it does deal with commercial business as well as develop youth and women, and they are marginalized. Under the stable, we also have an insurance company, because we say that when we give out loans, agricultural loans, there is always risk to be covered. So under that umbrella, there is the insurance company as well. Then lastly, there is AFC Leasing, which is the mechanization part of the group. So when you look at AFC Group, it is actually a one-stop shop for all the agricultural needs that you have. When you come to AFC Land Bank, we give you a loan. We support all farmers across all categories of farmers, across all value chains, as long as it is in agriculture. The funds are disbursed into your AFC commercial bank account, where you are given cards, ATM cards and so forth to transact, and insurance is done by the insurance company. And for mechanization at the farms, instead of a young person buying a combine harvester, which may cost, say, 200,000, we actually have got a company that you can hire when you are harvesting. Say it's your wheat or it's your maize, they come and they do the harvesting for you. So the mechanization is clearly laid out. So that's who we are. My second part, out of the 3 parts of my presentation, is that I'm just going to talk about the contradiction or the gap that we see that exists between the youth and what us banks offer. You find that when youth come to the bank to look for products, they've got big and untested ideas The opportunities are endless. They represent growth now and in future. But when banks now look at it, a lot of the projects will come unbankable. And there is elevated risk because a lot of them will be first-time borrowers. Then the issue of collateral, which has been discussed over and over again. So sometimes banks actually see the potential losses that are there. But what we have done as AFC Land and Development Bank or as the AFC Group is to say, how do we close that gap? Straight to your point, Prof. Mugano. So what we've done is we've come up with very aggressive financial literacy training programs. We've partnered other state-owned enterprises such as ADA, Ministry of Agriculture, through their Agri-Tex or ADAS now. So we actually, in all the provinces where we are represented, which is all provinces across Zimbabwe, and within the 45 branches that we operate as AFC, we go through budgeting, investing lessons. We teach our borrowers financial management, how they generate income, and we do this before we lend them the money. So the financial literacy training is very active, and we've come across developmental partners who have partnered us, such as AFDB, in our effort to do this. So the second thing we've
Madam
done...
Priscilla, my apologies, you've gone beyond 2 minutes. I will ask you to take your seat.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And from FBC and Empower Bank, please tell us what we've not been told already, or how you are addressing those gaps that have been, and you've got strictly 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to you all. Allow me to ride on the protocols that have been already observed. My name is Future Makwaro, representing FBC Bank Limited. Who is FBC Bank? We are part of a holding company, FBC Holdings, with quite a number of subsidiaries. FBC Holdings is an investment holding company listed on the Zimbabwe Stock Exchange, and we have about 9 subsidiaries. FBC Bank, which is our flagship, FBC Crown Bank, formerly Standard Bank, FBC Reinsurance, FBC Securities, Microplan, Harani, which is our fintech company. I also have to mention that the current Reserve Bank Governor, Dr. John Shavanu, is our former CEO, and that gives us an idea of where we are coming from. FBC Bank was established in 1997 and is one of the first locally owned financial institutions. And within FBC Bank, we have FBC Business Banking Unit, which was established in 2013 to foster financial inclusion. And we have also established a dedicated women desk, a dedicated youth desk, and a dedicated disabled persons desk within that unit to make sure that we address the needs of our youth, our women, and the disabled. In terms of our product offering, I'll just run through. Prof, we are already in value chain financing. We are in Chirezi, where we are funding sugar. We are also in mining. We have a chrome value chain financing structure. Recently, we managed to come up with a low KYC account for small-scale gold miners so that we encourage formalization. And I also have to say that the key to unlock finance from any financial institution is to formalize your business. Without formalization, financial institutions will not be able to assist you. In terms of the barriers, we are already taking advantage of the credit registry, the ECGC guarantees, and we're glad that the ECGC is also decentralized to Bulawayo. So for businesses, youth that are based in Bulawayo, you can now easily access assistance from the credit guarantee.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Afternoon. Allow me to ride on the protocols already observed. I'm Jabulani Nyakurerwa, representing Empower Bank Limited, which is a government-owned financial institution under the Ministry of Youth Empowerment, Development and Vocational Training. I'll just start by giving a brief on who we are, because I know that this is a youth bank, but some of you may not necessarily have the same information. So we are a government institution with a mandate of youth economic empowerment and financial inclusion. And the reason why we were formed is because there was a view by the government that there was a marginalization of certain groups, including youth, women, and obviously people living with disabilities. So there was a youth bank that was formed. And you notice that there is a vision, which is a government vision, of an economically empowered youth by 2030. It aligns well with the National Youth Policy. It aligns well with, as we transition from NDS 1 to NDS 2, ensuring that we move with government policies. Then in terms of the products that we are offering, I think there was an issue raised by the Reserve Bank representative here to say that there are issues to do with savings accounts. At Empower Bank, we have savings accounts that are available. We have loans that are available. Then also, before we do anything in terms of lending, we provide financial literacy training, which is for free, which is key given that we are dealing with youths. Then
Thank you very much, sir.
There was, okay. I just wanted to conclude with the issue of collateral, which is flexible at Empower Bank, given the fact that we are dealing with youth. We reaffirm the commitment by the minister to say that we utilize collateral through livestock and also even the character in terms of responsible lending. Once we have a character, a track on you, definitely we can lend on that basis. I thank you. I think we'll leave to the moderator for further. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. A round of applause for them. Now, as you prepare your questions, one of the questions that has been asked is, what opportunities are there for youths as far as ZITF is concerned? We've been hearing stats around exhibition space that has been taken up by exhibitors, companies, and what have you. But how much of that belongs to the youths? And to share a bit on that, just 3 minutes of those insights, allow me to invite to the podium the Chief Executive Officer of the ZITF company, Dr. Nicholas Ndebele. Please put your hands together as he comes up. And then can we have our roving mics in place? For those questions, let's have the roving mics in place. That will be our last Q&A for the day.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. I wish to recognize the Deputy Minister, PS, and please allow me to ride on the protocols already established. So, ZITF enjoys unmatched convening power. And it is used by the government of Zimbabwe as a strategic instrument that is meant to promote the image of this country, to promote investment, to promote trade, to promote collaboration with other countries and with other economies as well. So it is only fitting that having Prof. Muganu stating that 73% of the population is made up of the youth, we cannot ignore that segment of the population. And the youth constitute the future exhibitors at ZITF. They constitute the delegates that would meet in this place at ZITF. So it's quite important that we cater to that segment of the population. And we've been working quite closely with the Ministry of Youth, with Empower Bank, with the Zimbabwe Youth Council, to convene this particular platform because we recognize the importance of this segment of the population. So therefore, what is it? I thought they cued my presentation, but nonetheless, doesn't look like it.
I'll just take it from here. I need to see, so I need glasses.
I think your presentation is up now.
Okay, so can you go to slide number 5 for the sake of time, so that we articulate the opportunities that are there. The following slide, opportunities for young businesses. So essentially ZITF as a platform, as I did indicate, we convene, we bring people together. And therefore, it's important that you appreciate that we aggregate thousands of buyers, individual consumers, corporates. For those that have had an opportunity to sample what is on the show floor, you might have observed that there is a diversity. There is what we term product grouping. All 4 is made up of services, all 3 hospitality, training, and some such related activities. Construction, manufacturing is in all 5. Small to medium enterprises and all 2, just next door. So we convene a diversity of businesses, which may very well be of interest to yourselves. So we are also nationally and regionally recognized as an exhibition brand with institutional trust. Therefore, we tend to attract foreign participation, which is exactly our aspiration, to make it as international as we possibly can. And this year, last year we closed with 31 countries, 30 countries. This year we're at 31. So gradually we're growing, and this presents an opportunity for young people to also come and showcase their offerings to this diverse audience, this international audience that you should take advantage of. So therefore, it's not supposed to be an exclusive club for big corporates. It is your small business that you are coming up with. You should have the courage to step up and present us with what you offer. And we have been encouraging the youth to participate, even extending about 30 to 50% as a discount for youth-led businesses. So I've already referenced this. I think for the sake of time, again, this platform offers a live, as we are here, competitive and feedback-rich environment across multiple sectors. You get to interact with a number of people, a number of businesses. They give you feedback. Some give you ideas. Some improve your offering. And the moment you come out of ZITF, you have very fresh insights on how you can possibly improve your offering. We attract, I've made reference to this, local, regional, and international media, which also helps to put your message out there. And so these are some of the opportunities for youth-led businesses as we go forward. Those that are in mining, we have a platform that's coming up, Mining, Engineering and Transportation Expo, Mine Entra. So we shall be extending discounts again for youth-led businesses to participate on this. On this one, 29 to 31 July, 16 to 18 September, these are younger guys, Scholastica, Green Business Expo, September, Africa Infrastructure and Built Environment Expo is coming in October. So these are various platforms that we curate as the convener, so that we allow Zimbabwean business to interact amongst themselves, interact regionally and internationally. I thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll now have the questions. The ZITF company CEO talking about 30 to 50% discounts for youth businesses. How many in here have experienced that? But let's have the questions coming. You introduce yourself and you tell us who your question is directed to.
Okay, thank you. My name is Tendai Chingwena, and I'm a miner. And I've been listening to all the discussions that were here, and no one was mentioning about mining except for the chairman just now. I've got a question to the bankers. We've got youth miners that are formally registered under the Ministry of Mines, but then the only thing that they have, we have our registration, our mining license registrations. but banks are not taking those as collateral. We've got with the technique of how to do our operations, but we need funding. And also the Ministry of Youth, we are pleased asking PEMSEC if you can open a mining desk for youth miners so that we can also get assistance from other stakeholders, because that's lacking. People are talking about manufacturing, they are talking about farming, but mining, a lot of youth, we are in mining, but we don't have somewhere that is really talking about youth miners. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Alpha Ngobe. I'm from rural of Zimbabwe. I want to ask a question to the Minister of Youth. We heard of Ilentenya launch sometime. Is there any responsible department within the Ministry of Youth that facilitated youth list land to get title deeds so that that land can be bankable? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll just kindly request that we have questions directed to the panelists up front, who are the bankers, the ZITF company, and our economist up there. But I'll ask the Deputy Minister to respond to that question as he gives us the closing remarks. Can we have our last two questions?
Okay, sorry, I'll talk with my local language concerned. Okay, Sarbonan, Minibizo lamu ayibongo siziba. Umbuzo wami lawo is about Power Bank, about my savings account. My question is savings account elelawo kwangapha ngawayo prima currency, because sometimes that uzodinga ifuna savings account uzokutwana local currency ayikho, or we get US dollar or rand. So into mfuba yazo le my savings accounts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is David Mkomana. I'm the Apimondia Regional Commission for Africa President. I want to throw a question to the bankers. The average age of beekeepers globally is 50 plus. The demand for honey has spiked, and is projected that by end of this year, it will be a business that is worth more than 10 billion. Africa has got a young population, including Zimbabwe, and Africa is blessed with natural resources that support beekeeping. But I believe that this is a sector that is underfunded with no products that support beekeeping. If you look at the young people that we have, they need opportunities. Beekeeping is a low-cost capital business that does not require any technical skills upfront, that they can even use communal land.
David, can you get to your question? What is your actual question?
What is the banking sector doing to support this strategic sector? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adonis Mandishona. I am a caterer by profession. So my question is specifically directed maybe to our economists and the banking sector at large. I didn't hear anyone talking about catering, but anyways, it's fine. So this is my question. How are the banks in Zimbabwe aligning their lending policies, financial products, and risk equipments with the goals of the National Youth Empowerment Strategy of 2020 to 2030 to improve youth access to affordable startup capital and financial inclusion?
All right, thank you. We'll have our last question from a lady. This time, can we have a lady, please? I see a hand up there. I can't see you, but can we allow the lady to come through? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Tabisongoya. I'm from Z-Clan. So my question, I'll be very much direct, is to Empower Bank. I would like to know if there are any guiding measures and monitoring mechanisms that are in place for the people that are going to have access to the Youth Economic Empowerment Fund, so that we, with the startup capitals that we get, we contribute positively back to the community, because with the right to empowerment comes a responsibility as well. The last thing we want is to get startup capitals and then in the middle of the road. So what are the measures that are in place to ensure that we use the money in a way that will contribute to the society?
Thank you very much for that. We'll now come back to our panel. Hilton, I'd like you to translate for the benefit of those who did not get the question that was asked on Empower Bank, the other question that was asked. But we have 6 questions, and I will ask each panelist to at least pick a question to respond to, say for those ones that were specific. So the first question from Tendai on what the banks are doing to support miners. I don't know who's going to take that.
Thank you for the question. For the mining sector, I think I'll just give an explanation in terms of what we have done as Empower Bank. As an institution, we are agile, and the reason why we formed is actually to be flexible in terms of product specifications. So we have a product that we call the Youth Business Starter Pack. If you notice that product, it entails agricultural assistance, mining, construction, anywhere that any sector that you are expected as a youth to be economically active. So I think it's an issue of approaching our institution, getting the specific requirements in terms of the mining assistance that you would require. What we do in terms of collateral flexibility is that the equipment that we buy, or the small equipment that we buy for you under that starter pack, it becomes the collateral, so that at least we bypass the issue of having to sort of pledge your other equipment so that we fund you. So definitely be rest assured we have a product that will assist you in that regard. I think that was the issue on mining. I think I'll leave to my colleagues if they have other comments as well. Thank you.
All right, if we can have, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll just take the question from the gentleman who asked about the the beekeeping industry. So my response would be that facilities are available for agriculture across all value chains. What is important is that you must be able to itemize what your request is, where your market is going to be, what cash flows are going to be generated by that financial support or by the project. How will you repay the loan? And if things go wrong, what is it that the bank will have to hold on to? So I would like to just say that beekeeping is something that we want to support, but just come with project proposals that make sense and that can show that you have capacity to repay.
Thank you for the questions that have been asked. As CBZ Bank, we also have a mining portfolio where we can actually assist you. But I think what is critical is the formalization of all the activities that you're doing. So if you want to go into mining, it means that you must have the license that will allow you to carry out your mining activities. I also wanted to speak and just maybe buttress on the point that has just been made, to say I think one of the issues is that banks do not solely lend on the basis of security, but we lend on the basis of the cash flows that will be generated, which is why it's critical to create or to bring forward a project proposal that is bankable, so that we are able to assess its ability to repay from the activities that you've come to request for a facility for. And I think, like my colleague said, when you don't have security, there's the ECGC guarantee. We accept that as CBZ Bank. We also accept the movable registry, collateral registry that has been referred to by Reserve Bank. So what is critical is to have a project that is actually viable. Thank you.
I think there was a question for him. Okay, you can go ahead, ma'am. I think there was a question on Empower Bank, if you can open a savings account in either ZIG or Nostro, I think.
Thank you for that. Yes, I can confirm that our account is a dual currency account. So you can be able to open an account in ZIG or in US dollars. And that account, you only require $1 if it's in USD. For the KYC account, I think there was an issue that was raised earlier as we were deliberating on the issue of flexibility in terms of documents required. On this one, you simply require probably your ID or even just confirmation from the traditional leaders in terms of even proof of residence. So you are catered for in terms of that. So definitely come through. It comes with a SIM switch in it, but debit card as well. So you are not left behind. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I think there was a question specifically directed to Prof. Mugano, if you could respond. Okay. All right. So this is it, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for our panel. As we have our photographers to come up front and take a group photo of our panel. Of course, I will invite then the Honorable Deputy Minister to join them, and soon after that photo, is then going to give us the closing remarks as he also responds to questions that came specifically for the ministry. So please put your hands for the Honorable Deputy Minister as he comes up to join our panel for a group photo. And as has been said throughout the day, all the banks represented up front are exhibiting, so you can visit their stands, get more information. In fact, all our speakers who came up front have stands here at ZITF 2026, so you can get more information. During our late lunch, you can also engage and interact with them and ask the questions or get clarity around issues that you need clarified. So another round of applause for our panel as they take their seats. Honorable Deputy Minister Mpamanga will now give us our closing and vote of thanks.
Thank you very much, MC. Allow me to ask who is as hungry as I am here? By a show of hands, who's hungry? Those guys are... Yeah, it's okay, you can put your hands down. At least I'm not the only one who's hungry. You don't get this big by dieting. But that's my first point. I want to thank the young people here for waiting all the way till almost 3:45. It shows that you have a hunger to succeed and you want empowerment and you want information. And that's the first step. So if you would allow me to ask you to give yourselves a round of applause for waiting it out. Allow me also to take time to thank Dr. Nick Ndebele for his contributions and his thinking to initiate this event and the efforts that he put to put this together. I think if you were listening to his speech, he's already looking at young people and saying, these are our future exhibitors. These are our future business people. And these are our clients. So what I would say is that as a Ministry of Youth, we want to let young people know that we are very deliberate about what we are doing. I think it was said by many other speakers that government cannot do this alone. We need developmental partners, we need private sector, and we need deliberate action. I think for the developmental partners that came up here, you hear that this is the youth initiative, I'm the youth focal person. Those are deliberate actions. And we also want deliberate actions from our bankers. If you heard our bankers speaking here, I promised I wouldn't be too harsh on them about, they introduced themselves, they told us about the services they had, but what we are looking for is a youth initiative with a youth name to it. Because if we are saying that 72% are the youth, then who are you banking for? Because the whole country is the youth. If you go into the agricultural sector, it means all of those farmers are youth. If you go into the mining sector, it's all done by the youth. Makorokoza are the youth. And this is a government of the majority. And who is the majority in Zimbabwe? Who is the majority in Zimbabwe? That means that everything that the government does must be for the youth. That's why there's a Ministry of Youth. And everyone who's in the private sector must make deliberate actions for the youth. So when people, why we want the platforms like this is not because the ministry, we know everything, because we've been writing notes down here, myself and the PS, because some of these things we didn't even know. Our private sector is operating, whether it be a bank or insurance. We want a deliberate product so that when young people come to ask and say, we want this, it's not just Empower Bank. It's not just Empower Bank, it's every bank in the country. It's not just insurance that is generalized, it's insurance directed to young people. So the other thing is that we also, I was listening to, I'm going back to the bankers and the ease of doing business. When we talk of ease of doing business, we're talking about ease of doing business. We're looking at foreign direct investment and people coming in to do business. We need to start doing ease of doing business for our own people here in Zimbabwe. We are making lots of initiatives and lots of incentives, and it's good for a country to do incentives for foreign direct investment. But we've got a vibrant youth population that also needs incentives. They need to be incentivized to want to bank. That's why young people don't want to bank. One, they don't feel the products are for them. They, I'm sure, don't trust the banks. So how do we get young people to trust that if I open a bank account, you're not going to do funny things with my money? You're not going to charge me for just having money in account. And when I need a loan, you're going to give me the loan. So I think for us as government, we need to also learn. As I was listening to people speak, you know, we need to learn from this. This is 2026. If there's an initiative happening, I don't know, going into the bank, there are queues in 2026. We should also go digital. We should make it simple so that a young person is sitting there on his phone or his laptop and they can access these things, not just the information, but register and start receiving, whether it's a loan or whether it's an opportunity, where they are. Otherwise, we physically have to go to every corner of the country telling people. And by the time we finish, some of them won't be youths anymore. I think I mentioned that for the guys who are in the service industry and have products, those products need to be directed at young people. They need to be deliberate. But I also want to say to young people, and I know that saying this to the young people who are here won't be a problem, because maybe some left because they had other commitments. Some left because they got hungry and couldn't wait to listen anymore. But the ones who are here because they are resilient. We, as young people, need to take responsibility. I think the minister said that we don't want handouts. So when you receive loans, be responsible to pay back. There's nobody who ever built anything for free. Money has never been for free. Be very worried if there's free money. It's usually a scam. And secondly, we need to seek out that information ourselves as young people. A lot of us are online. We know how to use social media. We know how to look up the best song, the newest song around. We know how to look up the gossip that's around. We know how to consume a lot on social media, the jokes and the funny stuff. But do we know how to empower ourselves? Do we know what's in the agricultural sector for young people? Can we search for opportunities for young people as fast and as dedicated as we search for music and movies and the fun stuff? we must also use that to search for the hard stuff. I want to express my sincere appreciation for each and every person who is here. I won't be able to name everyone, but we appreciate you all. I hope this is the first of what will be a permanent fixture of ZITF, which is a coming together of young people at the biggest international trade fair in the country. And I hope that today's discussions, they reinforce a simple but powerful truth, which is financial inclusion is not just about accessing banking services. It's about the dignity of our young people, opportunities for our young people, and empowerment for our young people. It's about ensuring that every young person, every small business owner, every community, regardless of their location and background, has the tools and resources needed to participate meaningfully. As the Ministry of Youth Empowerment, Development and Vocational Training, we recognize that young people are not just the beneficiaries of financial inclusion, they are the drivers of innovation, resilience, and growth. You know, the Minister, the PS and I, usually on Mondays, we have an open door at our head office. And it has been an honor working with young people because they are so various. They're so diverse, should I say. So it's important that we don't paint young people with one brush. Not everybody wants to start a chicken project. Some are into tech, some are into mining, and some are into chicken projects. And what an 18-year-old wants is very different from what a 30-year-old wants, and they are still youth. So we must recognize that, because as we sit in our offices and we entertain young people who come with their ideas, you can see that someone here in Bulawayo may have a different view of empowerment or what they want from the ministry or what they want from the government than someone somewhere in Mazoe, Mar Central. So this is why partnerships are critical. Government cannot do it alone. We must continue working hard. I challenge young people here to rise to the occasion, to seek out knowledge and inform yourselves about empowerment initiatives out there. I challenge those who have come and sat on panel discussions to create products specifically for young people so that when they seek them out, they find them. I challenge myself or ourselves as government to do better, to connect young people with the products that they are looking for. To the young people today who are here, let me say that your ideas matter. Your ambitions are valid. Your future is worth investing in. Take advantage of the opportunities being created and continue to push the boundaries. In closing, I encourage stakeholders to transform today's conversations into concrete action. Let this event not be the end, but rather a stepping stone. We will not end here. This is not the end of the beginning. It's the beginning of the end toward a more inclusive, equitable, and prosperous future for all our young people. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. Another round of applause for him as he takes his seat. And that is it. The Youth Business Forum happening at ZITF 2026, which was running under the theme Youth Financial Inclusion, Closing Gaps in Connected Economies. And allow us to thank our sponsors who without this event would not have been possible. The Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, RBZ, UNFPA, UNDP, WFP, Plan International, ComFed, Uncommon, Mercy Corps, NAYO, Restless Development, and Green Heart. A round of applause for our sponsors, ladies and gentlemen.
So allow us to appreciate each and every one of you. I know most of you have now been restless, but we have given you the theory and the practical side. So let's go and get those loans. But most importantly, transparency, efficiency, and accountability. Don't you forget about that.
My name is Linda Muriro. I was here with Hilton Mavise, and it has been an absolute honor to stand before you. May we please rise and give ourselves a round of applause for sitting through this day.
And most importantly, I hope someone has a new phone number that is useful on their phone. Did we get them?
Yes.
All right.
And in case you didn't, you can get some more. Lunch will be served in Hall 1 upstairs. I believe everyone has a tag, so lunch will be served in Hall 1 upstairs. And as we end the program, we are going to walk out with some Amapiano. My youth, Muriko Roko!
I was City.